I also say thanks to everybody because the final upload of papers was just 5 days ago. Excuse me, someone is speaking. Please turn out turn off the microphone because I listen someone is speaking. Okay, because the final upload of paper was 5 days ago, and in a few days we prepared the program, and I to say thank you to all authors because they are synchronized every time in order to read the time, and I'm very happy that all speakers are attending at the first germ of the session. Okay, we can start with the first speaker. Studying the paper is the presentation is studying the spatial distribution of volunteer geographical data through a non-parametric approach. The authors are Giorgia Bressan, Giampiero Giacomer, and Luca Grassetti, and Giorgia Bressan will do the presentation. Okay, you have 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for questions.
Hello, can you all see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the workshop organizer for the interest in this research. I am Giorgia Bressan, an economic geographer who is currently working as a postdoc fellow at University of Udine. And today I'm presenting the result of a study that shed light on the relationship between spatial distribution of volunteer geographic data and the contributor location. The premise is that the use of online GIS application that combine mapping and participatory methods to collect citizen voice on the surrounding environment are growing worldwide interest. However, the direct engagement of the local communities in such initiatives give rise to a series of issues, such as identifying a suitable spatial data collection method and interpreting properly the new knowledge produced. Map-based survey, where people can directly input geographic information, can be an effective tool to capture such local knowledge. The main goal of this study is to evaluate participatory data bias in an online map-based survey. This is done by demonstrating that respondents tend to identify sites as having certain attributes of interest near their municipality of reference rather than expressing judgment on the spatial distributions of the same attributes on locations that are far away from the whole. Moreover, we want to verify that the attributes of interest are differently distance sensitive. That is, the mean distance between the respondent's home and the mapped elements varies accordingly to the attribute considered. This research employs as empirical base data collected in 2018 through the administrations of an online map-based survey, which aim to study citizen perception on the quality of the regional landscape in the Italian region of Friuli-Venezia Giulia. Respondents were invited to fill in a questionnaire where, amongst other things, they were given the opportunity to identify on maps a maximum of 3 places that they perceive to be of high landscape quality, and other 3 seen as degraded. There was also a question on the respondents' residence. To check the null hypothesis that states that respondent selected locations are reported independently from a respondent's municipality of reference, we considered a non-parametric procedure based on the bootstrap approach. A preliminary note regards the fact that the spatial data collected were organized into 2 separate data sets. The first gathered the respondent selected locations on the site perceived as of beauty. The second collects the spatial data concerning the degraded sites. The first set of map represent the number of participants by municipality of reference. Their coverage of the regional territory is not homogeneous, as in many municipalities there are no participants and there is high concentrations of respondents in major urban center. Those maps show the number of respondents selected location in its municipality. As mentioned, each participant could map a maximum of 3 locations per spatial attribute. Here, it's evident that through the survey, we managed to collect information on the landscape condition of many municipalities of the region. However, the reports were particularly concentrated in some geographic area of the region. The empirical evidence suggested a strong relationship between the place of reference of each contributor and the reported sites. Moreover, the spatial distributions of the collected sample is highly irregular within the region. For this reason, to check the null hypothesis, we introduced in the non-parametric procedure a structural constraint. The records regarding sites reported within the municipality of reference were considered as fixed. The remaining sites were resampled considering a uniform distribution. For each observation in the simulated sample, the distance between the centroid of the municipality of reference and the reported sites were computed and the average calculated. Those figures represent the simulated distribution when the resampling procedure without a placement is adopted. As for the first dataset, the mean value of the observed sample, the red line, is 22.2 kilometers. The mean of the simulated distance is around 30. The difference is around 8 kilometers, which is not an extremely high value, but is statistically significant. The p-value referred to the average of original report is null. The second data set concerning perceptions on degraded sites differ from the first one, both because it was a smaller distance and because there are less reports. However, the results do not differ greatly from the previous case. Here, I do not have the time to discuss extensively the results. However, this study underlines the relationship of a respondent's reference municipality with the positions of the mapped element. In particular, we provided empirical evidence that the reports concerning degraded sites are generally closer to the respondent location. These results highlight the limitation associated with the recruitment of volunteers and the disseminations of the initiatives through the internet. Further research is needed to increase the understanding of the impact of the respondents' characteristics on the mapping outcome. Here, I want, for example, want to mention that in the past months, we administer a new map-based survey to a heterogeneous group of students of our university in order to understand whether their GIS skill and geographic knowledge of the study area impact on their participation in the mapping activity. Well, I invite you to read our paper on available and contact us either here or either by email, either by the Twitter account of the project if you are interested in the research. It's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Georgia.
It was that 8 minutes.
Yes, perfect.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, in perfect time. I know
Okay.
that it's not easy, but it's the only way to have an electronic conference, because otherwise a little bit boring. Stay 2 hours and continuing all day long, seated on a chair.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you for your interesting presentation. Questions? Someone in the room has questions? No, it seems that also on YouTube streams I don't see
No question.
any question.
No question on YouTube.
Also on YouTube, okay. No, just one.
Raise your hand, just to give. If someone wants to, sorry, someone wants to ask questions to raise the hand on the Jitsi.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Just small questions, okay, but it's quite normal that when you have a volunteer geographical approach, it's quite normal that the main concentration of the data production is more concentrated in a big area, in big cities, and obviously this homogeneous in rural areas is quite normal. What do you think how to continue to develop this your research in next future?
Yes, it's true that there was also we provided evidence of high concentrations of reported sites in major urban center, but we also provide evidence on the fact that different attributes of interest are differently distance sensitive. And specifically that people tend to report the degraded sites that are closer to their home rather than sites of quality. Probably besides deepening our understanding on the relation between respondent characteristics and the mapping count, we are also interested in developing further these distance sensitive issue by considering in a new map-based surveys different attributes of interest. Here, the focus was just in two, beauty sites and degraded one, but it's possible to ask people to map other sites that have other characteristics and to see if this issue is confirmed also using other attributes of interest. I cannot hear you.
The microphone.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you again, Georgia, for your for describing your research in a short time and very well. Okay,
Thank you.
we can go to the second speaker. In this case, is Alessandro Venerandi, I suppose, because I haven't seen Giovanni Fusco.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, Giovanni Fusco is the second author of the paper. The presentation, the name of the presentation is Describe the Residential Valorization of Urban Space at Street Level, the French Riviera as Example. Okay, Alessandro, let's start.
Perfect. Thanks for the introduction. Can you all see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, as Beniamino introduced, I'm Alessandro Venerandi. I am a postdoc at the University of Nice, and today I'm going to present the outcomes of our research work describing the residential valorization of urban space at the street level, the French Riviera as example.
Yes.
This work was carried out in collaboration with has been advisor Giovanni Fusco. Can you all hear me? I can hear my voice back.
Yes, we can hear you. We just muted someone who was with them.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Okay, so this work is based on two main premises. So the first is that the current aggregations technique of housing prices and socioeconomic data tend to be at the very coarse level of spatial granularity. And this causes issues at the local level. For example, in France, social mix policies have been harshly criticized due exactly to this reason. So to the fact that they were carried out at the level of entire municipalities, and they basically caused spatial segregation at the more local level. The other premise on which this work is based is that the street segment has become one of the most important spatial units of analysis in recent times. So there is like a quite big urban design theory regarding the street segment. This goes back to the 1960s, when, for example, Konzen theorized the street segment as one of the main spatial units for the analysis of the evolutions of streets and cities. Jacobs also emphasized the importance of the street for having street activity and also urban vibrancy. Or Kevin Lynch studied this specific unit in terms of intelligibility of the space. So basically going through a street and seeing the most important buildings in the city. More recently, several quantitative studies have carried out at the level of the street segment. For example, two protocols are quite famous. One is the MCA, multiple centrality assessment by Porta and his colleagues, and the other one is space syntax by Hillier. Both of these protocols focus on the street segment and more specifically into measure of street network centralities, for example, betweenness and closeness and straightness. More recently, two colleagues of mine developed two different protocols for the study of the street segment, but in particular of classes of urban forms. This is the multiple fabric assessment, or classes of retail fabric, and this is the retail fabric assessment. So this leads us to the main research question. So basically, here we put together the two main premises. So one is the current presence of very aggregation techniques for socioeconomic and housing prices data that at the coarse level spatial granularity, and the other one is that the street segment is an emergent unit of analysis for which virtually no street-based measure of housing prices have been computed. So the main research question is it possible to define street-based measures of housing prices? So to solve this answer, we proposed a methodology that I'm going to split in two parts in this presentation. So the first regards data processing. So we all know that housing prices are a bit tricky because they are influenced by several things. For example, they have fluctuations on a yearly basis. some specific house types are sold more frequently than others, and also it's quite hard to compare the nominal values of housing prices due to these reasons. So to contravene these, we basically propose to segment the data by year first, then segment the data by house type, computing vintiles and deciles of house prices on these previously segmented data set, and assigning the process data, which usually comes at the data point, to the closest street segments. So the second part of the methodology is the description of the housing market through 3 different metrics. So we proposed a measure of central tendency, which is basically the median of the vintiles previously calculated, a measure of dispersion, which is the difference between the 9th decile and the 1st decile of the vintile distribution, and the classes house type value. This was obtained through a Bayesian networks applied to 17 variables representing percentages of deciles of house prices in each street and the percentages of house types in each street. I'm now going quickly through the results. I only want to remind that we applied this methodology to all the French Riviera, but like in this specific presentation, I'm going to focus on Nice, on the city of Nice, because like more details can come through the map rather than the bigger map of the French Riviera. So as we see here, this is the first measure, the median of vintiles. We can see the overall valorization in yellow and devalorization in purple of street segment in the study area. We observed that these colors actually match quite well some of the dynamics in the city. For example, Cimiez is a well-off neighborhood with villas and detached blocks of flats, and there's many streets in the top 3 classes, which is visible. I don't know if you can see the cursor, but it's also written on the map. So it's Cimiez is this neighborhood here. Same can be said for Carredor, which is a more central neighborhood. While we see the devalorized streets in the Vieux-Nice, and this is probably due to a lack of contemporary living standards, so small flats, small streets, and so not much light comes into the flat. The next measure is the dispersion of vintiles. The dispersion reveals the capacity of streets to support a variety of values, and these are the streets in red, or to specialize in single market section, and this is in, you can see in the color in the dark blue. So what we found in general for the French Riviera, but also in particular in Nice, is that central streets in the central part of Nice, which also tends to be shorter, are characterized by more diverse prices, while more peripheral streets, which also tends to be longer, are characterized by more specific housing markets. So here in the map, we can see, for example, the housing estate north of Nice called Ariane, which is characterized by very low dispersion of prices, and at the same time the detached villas located in the north of Nice, which are also characterized by low dispersion of prices, but clearly very high in valuation terms. So the last metric is classes house type value. These adds a further layer of information to the outputs previously presented. For example, the Carredor, which is the central neighborhood in Nice, which is characterized by very high values, is clearly not characterized by one class only, but by several classes. In this specific example, we can see C1, C5, and C8. So flats of mixed size with the values above average, but also very high values. As future work, we are planning to correlate the measure of dispersion with possible socioeconomic dynamics, such as gentrification or recession in neighborhoods, so that the outcomes are more robust and not only based on the expert knowledge gathered in the field. Well, that's it for me, and these are the references that relate to the second slide of my presentation. Thanks for your attention. And if you want to have questions.
Thank you, Alessandro.
I hope I was in time.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
And questions? Ivan, you have a question, you can imagine. No?
Yes, one little question, Alessandro. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
Very interesting. It's already very much related to what we've been working on. I wanted to ask you if you had the feeling of how much since I know your work on cityscape and on the evaluation of the quality of urban landscape, how much do you have any evidence? How much what is kind of what does results to you is the impact on the effect of the area of the zone on housing prices, and if you had any evidence on the effect of the let's say urban landscape itself, meaning the qualitative properties of streets and so on. So I mean, it is big discussion now. How much does, I don't know, walkability, quality.
Yeah.
And so, what do you feel? I mean, what is the percentage of the price that you think could be explained by these local, strictly local kind of urban landscape features?
Yeah, okay, so I mean, what I presented here is more like a way of describing the prices, in the sense that we are not modeling, so we are not putting the house prices in a regression model with other features. So this is basically only a way to represent, to describe or represent the data that we have. I'm sure that I mean, I've carried out like other research works before with more simple techniques, and yeah, I mean, in that research, I was more able to tell the amount of variance that is explained by each variable. But yeah, this is not the case in this specific work. So it's not like a model. It's just like basically a way to collapse, let's say, all the data on prices into street segments. And the only thing here is that it accounts for, let's say, a very small neighborhood, because we know that, for example, properties could be located at the street intersection. So we applied a small smoothing of one street segment to like disperse a bit the information at the local level.
Okay. I have another. There is a question from YouTube.
Yeah.
No. This is my question. What is the what can you say about the people's preferences of housing in the study area? Because you show us the picture.
Yeah.
But if you could expand a little bit view of the people preferences. Thank you.
You mean the people preferences would be like? You mean like they are willing to buy specific properties? Like what are yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is like is something that could be modeled, and it's something that actually, so this is basically, it could be our independent variable, like what we found, what we are giving here, the measures that we are giving here. They could be the independent variables to be correlated or regressed or with any other sort of modeling with variables describing hypotheses of people willing to buy a specific good, a specific property for any reason. But it's not, I mean, this work can't tell anything about the people's preferences on the regarding the housing market. It's only a technique basically for aggregating at the very local level the information on housing prices.
Are you going to make something like questionnaire or survey concerning these preferences, or only inferring from your data?
No, I mean, like because in the sense I didn't give any interpretation on the let's say on the willing of people of buying specific houses or properties. One of the future work that I'm interested in looking, it's actually how dispersion of prices could, for example, be related with gentrification. So since I have a data set that goes back 10 years, I'm interested in looking at the, for example, correlating how the socioeconomics in neighborhoods changed across this year and how this relates with the dispersion, with the measure of dispersion that we found.
Thank you.
There is another question from YouTube. A colleague from real estate research, Benedetto Manganelli, asked, I believe that the length of street can negatively influence the results of the analysis. Have you thought about dividing a very long street in a smaller segment?
So the thing is, longer streets tend also to be peripheral and have less properties, so very few properties. And these also tend to be homogeneous. So for example, in the case of the French Riviera, longer streets are located in the mountains or in the hills, and they always tend to be characterized by, let's say, single houses, so detached houses. While in the urban context, as I was explaining with the dispersion of prices, streets tend to be shorter and characterized by many properties, but they are the important thing is that they split at the intersection. So we're not considering the name of streets, okay? So we're not considering, for example, Jean Médecin, which is a long avenue, and we're not collapsing all the data into that specific street, but the streets are considered by one intersection to the other. So they are very short in urban context, but longer outside the city. But still, they can, we think, represent well the housing market and the variation within it.
Okay. Thank you, Alessandro, for your presentation, for your answer. We had a nice discussion, despite the time is quite short. Okay, we can go to the next presentation. A toolset to estimate the effects of human activities in maritime spatial planning. There are two authors, Henning Hansen and Ida-Marie Bonnevie. I suppose that the presentation will be done by Henning Hansen. Henning?
Yes, I'm here now. I just put
Okay.
on my mic. So you cannot see me because it says that my screen resolution is too high for Jitsu. But are you making my presentation, or should I just share it in some way? Is it coming up automatically, the presentation? Or?
No, you should share it.
We don't see.
Okay,
Sure.
I have to share it. Okay, I thought it was automatical because let me see here.
You can put the icon on the bottom left, the share screen.
Okay, that is, yes.
Okay. It works.
Yeah, it works.
Yes.
Okay, it's working perfectly.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, as said, the title is a toolset to estimate the effects of human activities in maritime spatial planning, and it's authored by me and my PhD student, Ida-Marie Bonnevie. Yeah, I will make a short introduction to maritime spatial planning and go through series of conflicts and synergies between maritime activities, the cumulative impact on marine ecosystems from marine activities, and we provide some examples to demonstrate the usefulness of our methods we have developed. Maritime activities are more or less exploding these years. Earlier, it was only fishing and perhaps some shipping, but now you have oil extraction, offshore wind energy, aquaculture, etc. So, and cruise ships. Nowadays there are not so many cruise ships, but it has been a very, very expanding activity on the sea. The EU made a strategy for blue growth. It means that you should utilize the sea as a means to make economic growth. These growth politicians, they always look into economic growth and perhaps forgetting about environment. Then some years later, there came a directive on maritime strategy, a framework directive for maritime for maritime environment, and then 6 years ago there was this launch of the framework directive for maritime spatial planning, so the aim of this one is to reduce conflict between maritime activities, encourage investment by these blue growth strategies, increase cross-border cooperation, protect the environment using an ecosystem-based approach, and achieve economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Of course, when you have a growing amount of activities in the sea, you will also have conflicts. You can have conflicts between shipping and wind farms. You can have actually co-location of wind farms and aquaculture, where you can have this kind of multi-use, because multi-use is very important when we have so much crowding and in the sea, especially in the near coast sea areas. So therefore, my PhD student Ida Ryder and I, we developed this approach to or this method to assess use conflicts and synergies, and we have developed this formula, and the aim is actually that we can use this to assess where can we have more activities without making conflicts, and perhaps even where we can have more activities by creating synergies. We have developed this methodology where we use pairwise use interactions, so they could be non-compatible, potential compatible, or compatible. And in the top, it's mostly non-compatible, it's mostly conflicts, and then you can be neutral, or if they are compatible, you can quite often provide synergies. And you can see in the little table to the lower right that we are using scores from 3 or from -3 from non-compatible or conflicting neighbors until 3 for compatible natures. We have decided there's no zero value, because if it's zero value, there's no conflict. So this is the way we have developed this about conflicts. Then, of course, besides there can be conflicts between activities. There can also be conflicts between human activities and the marine environment. When you have human activities, you are providing a lot of pressures. It can be if you have some renewable energy generation and infrastructure, then you can actually provide a lot of pressures from this one, beginning in the especially in the building up phase. There's a lot of pressures, and then it's going into more. There's still pressures, of course, but then it's not so important. And this leads actually a person called Halpern and his colleagues to develop a formula to assess the cumulative impact on the environment. Here in the formula, you can see the pressures, the D, the E are the ecosystems, and then we have some sensitivity value, which is can be seen in this sensitivity matrix in the lower right. This is, of course, not it's only soft science, I will say, because it's based on expert judgment. It's not stakeholder assessment, but it's really professors in biology who has done this. But this is still not totally sure. But these are the best way of assessing the cumulative impact on the ecosystems. Then we have developed a tool called Mytilus, very fast and flexible tools. I talked a little about that in the St. Petersburg conference last year, but then it has been substantially expanded by adding these use conflicts and combining the use conflicts and the use environment or use ecosystem conflicts or assessments. Here we can see two examples. There's the cumulative impact and environment. You can see that, especially this is the Baltic Sea. Denmark is here, so therefore Baltic Sea is very important, and Baltic Sea is a very it's a sea basin with very high pressures. A lot of people are living around, and there's very little exchange of water with the Atlantic Ocean. And so we can see this is mainly down in the south of the Baltic Sea, and then we have the conflict synergy scores, and here we can actually see that that the most of the conflicts, they are the green areas, that they are also in the same area more or less, but this tool can be used to identify where can we actually put new activities without compromising the environment and avoiding conflicts with other. And then the user can select specific activities and adding and see what will be the effect of this one. You can do this interactive exploration. You can selecting one ecosystem or groups of ecosystems, and you can identify which are the most active.
Excuse me, there is a problem. We don't hear
Henning.
the speakers.
Henning, you are muted. You just need to turn on your microphone. Maybe for some reason it turned off.
Henning.
Henning, can you turn on your microphone? Okay.
Okay, haven't you heard anything?
Yes. Just the last slide.
Okay, I don't know what happened. I haven't clicked on any button, but okay, I will just. Do I need to share again or?
No, it's okay. I think
it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. The strength is that you can carry out these calculations extremely fast to be used iteratively by maritime planners. You can also have stakeholder events where the audience can come up with new ideas, and you can immediately within a minute assess the conflicts here, even for the whole Baltic Sea. And of course, as I said, this is very flexible, and you can use the tool in many different ways. Of course, the challenges is that the scores as well for the cumulative impact on the environment and the conflict synergy assessments are based on expert scores, and this is of course never the total truth, but but we can at least get a better choice or a better assessment than without doing any calculations. Yeah, I think my time is running out more or less. But we believe that this is a novel approach to creating a tool that combines use and use environment interactions, and you have the fast calculations supporting iterative planning and stakeholder involvement. The next steps in our work is actually to implement sensitivity and uncertainty analysis, and also visualize the uncertainty on the maps. And also get more expert-based information regarding use input scores. But again, this is not so easy. It also depends on which sea basin are you working on, because the ecosystems are different, and also the maritime activities are in some way different. So this is not straightforward. Another thing regarding uncertainty, if you are talking about uncertainty for authorities or stakeholders, they simply do not understand this. They say, what do you mean with uncertainty? So they want to have very precise ideas so they can make decisions. But thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Henning. If there is just a very, very, very small question, because we have to stay in time. Otherwise, we can pass to the next speaker. Okay, sorry, Henning, but we wasted 2-3 minutes when you break your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you for your interesting presentation. Very, very interesting tool. I hope that this tool can be also developed for outside the marine spatial planning, because ecosystem services can be useful also for other, for the remaining part of the world. I hope that you can have another project to continue to develop this tool.
Yeah.
Okay, we can go to the next presentation, the last of this session, towards a high fidelity assessment of urban green spaces, walkability assessment by Ivan Blegic, Valentina Saio, and Giuseppe Trunfio. Obviously, the presentation will be done by Ivan.
Okay. Oh no, sorry, I shared the wrong screen. Just let me. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. You can start.
Good. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this little work that we've done in evaluating urban space walking accessibility. Basically, the point was to try to see if we can apply a novel index that we constructed. I will tell a little bit about that in a moment, on the available green spaces within a walking distance. There is some relationship between this argument and what happens during lockdowns, during the outbreaks. People have the need and the importance of the green spaces near homes and accessible by foot. The index we have developed is we call it for high fidelity. I will try to explain you why. And it is on highly granular spatial scale. And I will show you briefly an example evaluation on the city of Cagliari, which you didn't have chance to visit this time. So maybe those of you who don't know Cagliari could a little bit, just at least to see the map of it. Okay, so I won't go too much into details about the evaluation model. I just want to give you the intuition behind it. It is, we call it based on the concept of distance cumulative deficit. What does it mean? The words distance cumulative deficit. It is basically that you can define in a way a benchmark value of the cumulative amount of green spaces, green areas that are normatively defined as sufficient at each distance from the node in the street network under evaluation. So basically, instead of the standard evaluation, which basically tells you how much green areas, square meters or something like that, you have within your catchment area within 2 kilometers. Here we are being a little bit more nuanced and trying to define a benchmark that tells you how much you should have at each distance. So without going too much into the formal definitions of it, I will just give you an example. So look at this image. And this diagonal, it tells you this is our benchmark distance cumulative. So basically, this is the point where in space where we are evaluating, and as you go further and further, it tells you this kind of a gray area tells you how much cumulative green space you have as you go further and further. And so the general idea is that if there is an empty area below the deficit curve, below the benchmark curve, this is a deficit. So if someone has small green spaces nearby, and then maybe 500 meters further away, a little bit larger, and then within a certain reasonable walking distance, 15 minutes, even larger green areas, we can say that that person is well off. I mean, he doesn't have he or she doesn't have problems of deficit. Or if you are nearby a huge park, of course, this curve, this stepped curve would spike, and you would, of course, be all the time above the benchmark. And so, for instance, this person here, who is in this position, has a little bit short on nearby green areas, and then at certain point, he doesn't have, or she doesn't have, enough space green areas on the medium range. What's also important, just intuitively, is that these scales are not linear scales of distance and of score. This is the score, right? The amount of space. They can be transformed. So here with distance, we transform it a little bit logistically, and on the curve, the amount of space is a square function of the area, so that you have kind of a diminishing return on green areas. So this you can calibrate, you can configure your model to different kind of needs based on distance decay and on the marginal diminishing returns on green spaces. So if this is the general model, we try to apply specifications. We made this example and trying to explain it to apply it to the city of Cagliari. Here on the left, you see all the green spaces that we've surveyed. You see there are some big areas, big parks, and there are some small areas, even parklets. So all the main areas are here on the map. And this is our road network. So we are basically, this is high fidelity and high resolution model. So we are measuring basically that index of cumulative deficit of green areas at every street node on the network, and then we little bit interpolate it to get the whole map. So basically, this was the first picture you have to remember. This is kind of the model, and this is the second, the most important one. This one is basically the results. So you have a scale. The index goes from 0 to 1, and so you see the yellow areas are all the dots, all the points in space where people have nearby, within 2 kilometers, a good amount of cumulative green spaces as they go by. And of course, then the intermediate levels are kind of this bluish thing, up to going to this violet color, which is basically points in space where you have the larger deficit. Now, if you apply this information, if you supersede to this information a layer on the distribution of the population, you're of course able to draw these histograms that will tell you what the inequality of accessibility, near range accessibility of green spaces. And you can also project how many inhabitants. So among the 150,000 people that live in Cagliari, in this area, there are almost a third of it that have a really low value from 0 to 0 point. You have 26,000 people who are rather in a good position, and then all the intermediate values. So you can do this evaluation also to do kind of a policy analysis for another thing which is relevant. That this index, how we evaluate the distance, we have corrected the distances that goes along. This is not as the crow linear kind of Euclidean distance. When we measure the distance from a point to the parks, we use a real road network distance, and we also correct for the slope. So basically, if there is a slope upwards, it reduces the distance. If it is downwards, it increases the distance with a specific algorithm that is mentioned in the paper. And of course, you can do this analysis then using the census sections, so that you see how different census sections are scored. And you can do this kind of box plots scoring the neighborhoods. These are all the Cagliari neighborhoods. And you can see by the dot plot how they are positioned with the availability of green spaces. So basically, that's it. It is a high fidelity, high resolution model for different reasons that are better explained in the paper. I think I managed to hint at you about why we call it high fidelity. And it is interesting because it goes beyond the standard neighborhood level evaluation. It can detect internal variabilities within neighborhoods. It can suggest intervention on multiple scales. Of course, since we are using accessibility along the road network, I mean, even improving walkability, improving road network can sometimes make change, not just adding new green areas. So it can be useful in creating different scenarios, evaluating changing reference models. If you want to add the bicycle distances, you just plug in different parameters and you get another map. And you use it as a simulation tool practically. So you can basically access the input of many kind of urban interventions that you might think to add. And be able to see what happens, what if kind of analysis, which traditional approaches based on large catchment areas, neighborhood level evaluations are insensitive. Okay, I think I stayed in time. I didn't want to steal too much time. Yes. Okay, so that's it, Beniamino.
Okay, thank you, Ivan, for your nice presentation. Absolutely, because you finished in a perfect time. One small question. Very, very small question, because otherwise you have to continue with the German mode 2 in this case. Okay, if there are...
I think there is a question from Piotr Werner.
Okay, Piotr. Piotr.
Sorry, because I'm dealing... Oh, sorry. Yes. My question concerns the distribution of population, because you have made some kind of zoning areas.
Yes.
How you resume this distribution of population?
Okay.
How can you describe it? How can you input it into the model? Thank you.
Okay. Just a brief, I will just go into this this slide. So here I can zoom a little bit in. These are all so-called these small. There are basically we have the population distribution taken from the census, the population census, which uses census tracts. Census tracts are in the urban areas are more or less at the block level. So at the city block level. So we have the population. I said that block has 300 people, 400 people, 100 people, blah, 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 at the block level. So we have these kind of polygons of population. Then we have the evaluations, as I told you, at the street level nodes, at the street nodes level. So it is a higher resolution. What we do, we basically average the underlying indexes and we assign it to the people living within the census tract polygon. And we say, with some approximation, maybe some ecological fallacies and so on, said that the people in that census tract, which again are at reasonable high resolution at the block level, have that amount of the value of index. So we superpose the layers and then do this kind of distribution of values from one to the other layer.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Ivan, for your presentation and also for your fast answer. Okay, we finish our question. In my opinion, was very interesting. And I have to now immediately to left the microphone to Arthur Ash because he will share the next German mod session, and I suppose that all speakers are in the room.
Yes, I hope so.
Oh.
So welcome to the next session. As with the first session, and hope those who attended the first session stay. We have 4 presentations. You know the rules. It is 8 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for questions. And I would ask you to keep to the time. We will start with the first presentation from Alessandro Araldi, Alessandro Venerandi.
Yes, I'm here.
And Giovanni Fusco. And I guess, Alessandro, you will do the first one. Okay.
Yes, so I will start quickly sharing the presentation. Okay. You see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, we can see that.
So, okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Alessandro Araldi. I'm from the University of Côte d'Azur in France. And today I'm going to present to you a preliminary work that I did with my colleagues Alessandro Venerandi and Giovanni Fusco.
Huh?
And I will present you this work this work is about a comparison assessment between counter-regression and machine learning approaches for zero-inflated and over-dispersed count data with a specific application to macro-retail distribution and urban form. So just a quick introduction to the topic of the macro-retail. Over the last 2 decades, a growing number of works in urban studies have revealed how macro-retail distribution is significantly related to specific properties of the built environment. So we have several theories, like Alessandro Venerandi earlier described. We have the space syntax theories or the movement economy theories, and they try to explain how the built environment, the built forms can influence the socioeconomic function distribution in cities, and more specifically, macro-retail distribution. So in the last 20 years, the increasing availability of this data at the micro level, at the street level, have been investigated with sophisticated analytical approaches. And more specifically, these sophisticated approaches have been detecting different properties of the urban form, while general, let's say, simplistic models have been implemented, statistical models have been implemented to analyze the relationship between these two features. So in a previous work that I've recently published, I already discussed how these works about the macro-retail distribution should also integrate different statistical properties of the macro-retail distribution, which are, for example, the discrete, non-negative, and highly skewed nature of the distribution. So we have a lot of streets with a lot of commerces and a lot of stores, and other streets with lower number of stores. The zero inflation, which means that we have a lot of streets which have no commerces at all. And traditionally, in 80% of the studies that I reviewed, I noticed that these streets have been frequently erased from the analysis, for example. But this is like a loss of information which we have to keep in mind that can give us a lot of information about how a city works. And then we have the assessment of contextual effects, which, for example, which means, for example, that we have different distribution and different parameters that can vary depending on historical centers, on modernistic fabrics, or in more planned and regular fabrics of the cities. And then also multicollinearity, because of course, if we introduce too many indicators describing different aspects of the urban form, we can have problems of multicollinearity, and we are not able to individually describe the importance of each indicators of each urban morphology properties. So in these previous works, I implemented zero-inflated negative binomial regressions, and I showed how this approach is better perform compared to traditional multiple linear regression and count regression. And also elastic net penalized regressions allows the identification of most relevant features, overcoming the multicollinearity problems. But the one problem is still missing from that previous work, which is the possibility to have non-linear behaviors in data. So this work that we presented here at ICCSA is focusing on this specific point, and we did a preliminary work comparing the traditional regression approaches of zero-inflated models with more innovative machine learning approaches, where the hypothesis of linear relationship is where we do not have the hypothesis of linear relationship. And these two approaches have been implemented in two ways. Firstly, we implemented separate models for the presence and absence and for count regressions. And then we implemented an overall model analyzing both the presence and absence and the count of stores along the streets. In the case of regression models, we implemented binomial and negative binomial in the separate for the separate approach, while zero inflated for the combined approach. In the case of machine learning, we implemented gradient boosting binomial for the presence absence, gradient boosting regression for the count, and then a nested gradient boosting to describe both presence absence and count. We assessed the two modeling procedures for large data sets describing 105 different street-based aspects of the urban form of the French Riviera. And the spatial unit is the street segment, as Alessandro Verandi explained before in his presentation. And our target variable was the number of small stores. Predictors were, for example, street network configuration, skeletal streetscape, which means intrinsic descriptors of the streets of each street segment, like, for example, the acclivity of streets or the parallel facades descriptor or the built-up the coverage ratio along the street, individual streets. And then we have urban fabrics descriptors, which describe, of course, the different fabrics and the different morphological regions of of our study area. So here in this table, we summarize all the models, and we compared in the upper part of the table, the binomial and the regressive approaches, where we separately studied the count part and the zero part of our distribution, while in the lower part of the table, we have the zero inflated and the nested gradient boosting approaches, where we studied count part and zero part together. So as you can see, of course, we do not have a lot of any improvement when we separate the presence and absence. The real improvement is only on the count part of the distribution, and of course, gradient boosting regressive approach on count part outperforms negative binomial. When we consider the combined models, zero inflated models are not that bad compared to gradient boosting nested version when we are studying peripheral areas, while gradient boosting nested version outperforms zero inflated in central areas where we have more commerces, fewer lower zero inflation and lower over dispersion of our data. And here in these tables, we summarize all the variable selection procedures. I forgot to tell you that, of course, for the zero inflated negative binomial, we implemented. Sorry, do you hear me? I have a message on my screen.
Yes, we.
I have a strange message on my screen. Sorry. So on the left table, we have all the models that have been implemented for the global area and for each sub-region. And as you can see, for larger areas, the two approaches of machine learning and regression, they have a coherent result. While when we go to peripheral areas, the two models, they diverge, they have different results. And what is interesting is the second table. As you can see, we separated the results, the variable selection of regressions and machine learning approaches. And as you can see, we have some variables that have been completely overlooked in the regression approaches because we think is the linear hypothesis beneath the regression approaches. So machine learning is able to understand to use information about, for example, regionalized variables like urban fabrics or urban morphological regions. So here I try in the last slides, I try to summarize in few points our results. And I don't know if I have enough time, but I leave you reading them if you have the time. And just we think that we have still a lot of work to do in future works, and we would like to compare new gradient boosting approaches able to combine both weak and strong estimators, for example, decision trees and models for count data. And also, we would like to compare our results with other approaches like multi-output modeling approaches. So I'm sorry, I try to be in the 8 minutes. And if you have any questions.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Alessandro, for giving this interesting presentation. If there's any question, I would say a very, very brief question, because we too have to keep within the time schedule. Anyone for a very brief question? That does not seem the case. So thank you again, Alessandro, and I call on the next speakers. This is a presentation by Giorgia Dottoli, Lucia Saganetti, Angela Pilogallo, Francesco Scorza, and Beniamino Morgante. Who's going to present? I guess it's...
Yes, I'm
Lucia.
I'm Lucia.
Okay,
Yes.
please go ahead.
Okay, you can see.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. This article shows preliminary results for the construction of an urban transformation prediction model. The target of zero net land consumption by 2015 of the European Community are fundamental for fragile and territorial and critical territories. These are two funny pictures for this phenomenon. To the phenomenon of land take are strongly linked the dynamics of urban transformation, such as fragmentation and compactation. Over the last 50 years, urban expansion in Europe have moved away from the more traditional dynamics, the urban sprawl, to a different expansion model known as urban sprinkling, that is a small quantity distributed in drops or scattered particles. This is an example of urban sprinkling in the municipality of Potenza. The case study concerns the territory of the province of Matera, located in the eastern part of the Basilicata region in south of Italy. The largest city of this province is Matera, also capital of province and the European capital of culture in 2019. And it has 60,000 of inhabitants. This graph shows the dynamics of urban expansion and population growth trend. You can see that from 1950 to 1989, the demographic trend is positive, and in the following years, there is a decrease in population. The urban expansion, differently, after a strong increase in the first step, continued to constantly grow until 2013. The increase in urbanization is not proportional to population growth. The aim of this study is to model the determinants of urban transformation dynamics, such as fragmentation and compactation, with the two logistic regression in the time interval 1998-2013, considering 10 driving forces as independent variables or predictive variables. The dependent variables way will be derived from the sprinkling index and will be, in a first case, fragmentation, and in second case, compactation. The dependent variable include the dynamics of urban transformation, and these layers were obtained from the analysis of the sprinkling index elaborated in previous studies. And the sprinkling index is an expression of the distribution of urban aggregates on the territory divided in homogeneous territorial areas. Large values of the index indicate a high degree of fragmentation of the territory. And analyzing the variation of the index from an initial time T0 to a final time T1, we obtain no transformation, urban fragmentation phenomenon. This is an example where in the first time the sprinkling index is 37, and in the second time it increased by 52, and this phenomenon corresponds to fragmentation. And the third phenomenon that is compactation, and in this picture there is an example of this phenomenon. According to the existing scientific literature and the characteristics of the territory, 10 independent variables have been identified that include physical factor, proximity factor, socioeconomic factors, and legislation. And this is the all the variable considered, and that are rasterized in a raster with cell resolution of 200 meters. The result in this graph, there are the results of the logistic regression for both phenomenon, fragmentation and compactation. And for example, the dependent variable of evaluation of elevation, the x1 has a positive coefficient for both phenomenon. This means that fragmentation and the compactation phenomenon increase with the increase of the altitude. This is due to the low elevation of the territory analyzed. Another example, the variable x5 that represent the proximity to railway station has different behavior for the two phenomenon, and is negative for the fragmentation, and it means that it occur near the railway station, and is positive for the compactation, and it means that it's happened far from the station. And the variable, the most important variable for these two phenomenon are the proximity to local roads. The final results of logistic regression are the change probability maps. The maximum probability change for fragmentation is 69%, and for compactation is 55%. So the territory will be subject to transformation dynamics regarding principally fragmentation. The article show the preliminary results for the construction of an urban transformation prediction model, and the results show that the probability of transformation of the territory is more related to processes of urban fragmentation. In case study analyzed, but more generally in the whole Basilicata regional territory, urban fragmentation is the main dynamics of transformation. And in recent years, it has also been caused by other components of the settlement system, such as renewable energy plants and oil wells. And it's crucial to analyze and model urban transformation dynamics, as they have a significant impact on the quality of the landscape, the supply of ecosystem services, and the cost of the population transforming the city in an unsustainable way. And that's it. Thanks for your attention. And if you have a question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lucia, and thank you for keeping to the time. So, any questions? Is there any questions? Hello? Any questions? Yeah. Okay, there's no questions.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Lucia, I have a question. So you talk about this transformation process. What would you say is the actual status of the transformation in this area, in the Basilicata region?
Yes, the transformation are analyzed in a precedent study, and in only this time is difficult to expose all the work, but the transformation was analyzed with the Springling index, that is a fragmentation index.
Okay.
And was analyzed for many temporal phases.
Thank you. Any more questions from any of the participants? Okay, I don't hear any question. So then let's move on.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry if I was a bit late.
Alessandro.
No, yeah, that was an interesting study. that, I mean, it of course affects a lot of the urban development, not only in that specific city, but I think all around the world. My question is, would you think like it would be possible to introduce like a variable, for example, for controlling for local policies? Because I think that's an important issue, because if you have like clearly more freedom to build a bit everywhere, then probably the urban form tends to be scattered around, while if you have policies a bit constraining, you know, the urban form, the thing would be different.
Yes, thank you for the question. And this is an interesting question. And in this study, we analyzed the legislation phenomenon, but at a regional level, because the territory is regional. And obviously, it's interesting to analyze the local legislation for the future study. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? No. So then let's move on to the next presentation, which is a presentation on geoprofiling in the context of civil security. And the presenter is Julia Gonczarek. Julia, please start your talk.
Yeah. I have problems with the sharing of the screen.
Oh.
Yeah, I tried before, but I have really big problems. Ursula is blocking.
If you want, I can share your presentation.
Yeah, that would be quite nice. Thank you so much.
Okay, so only 1 minute is. Okay, is this?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Okay.
So thank you. I will always say if we will switch to the next slide. So
Okay.
yeah, good morning, and I apologize for this critical situation. This presentation and the paper gives a short insight into my completed dissertation project, and the topic is optimization of kernel density estimation for hotspot analysis of massive emergency location data. And yeah, I will be very brief and reduce to the main statement. So let's switch to slide number 2. The goal of civil security research is formulated in very general terms to put security forces in front of the situation. That's the goal. How is it possible to describe an automatable process to analyze point mass data of real emergencies in urban space with regard to their location in space and time, and to make them interpretable? That was my question. Hartmut, we are hearing you. Yeah, stop. Go. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is relevant for different tasks, for example, strategic, tactical, and operational planning of fire and rescue services. My goal was to enable specialists and managers to create well-founded geoprofiles based on spatial temporal location, distribution, and typology of emergency hotspots. Now we are here, among other methods. Kernel density estimation is a relevant statistical method for the determination of hotspots since more than 3 decades. The kernel density estimation, it's a little bit too fast. I'm sorry.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
You can slow down a bit.
Yeah. It depends on 3 parameters: bandwidth, cell size, and kernel function. And mathematical methods for these 3 parameters do not take special reference into account. And that means high variability of the geographical representation due to the lack of spatial standards in the choice of parameters. That results in a high degree of subjectivity. The video already started. I would like to give you an impression with this short video. We see here the graphic representation of the same data in the same spatial segment, but using different parameter settings for cell size and bandwidth. So you can start, okay. Within 1 year, more than 280,000 emergency cases with alarming ambulance vehicles occurred in the entire urban area. We see here more than 40,000 of these, and they occurred in a circular spatial segment. So which one is the right decision for cell size and bandwidth? Which one should we take into account? With which one should we plan? Yeah. The next slide, please. Next one. Okay, thank you. I have faced the problem geoinformatically. A uniform grid is laid over the study area, the whole study area, and I decided to focus on real space, not model space, and set cell sizes of 50 by 50 meters to a maximum extent of 200 by 200 meters, according to Hengel, who is publishing about the correct or right cell sizes. I strongly question the fact that larger or smaller cells actually take the neighborhood ratio of emergencies into account. So we set this cell sizes. Then segments and relevant for the analysis of certain types of emergencies are defined, and this is done by the experts in the control center. The next slide, please. Yeah, first of all, the space and its features play a central role for events such as traffic accidents, heart attacks, leaking chemicals, etc. These events are neither spatially nor temporally equally distributed in the cities. It's important to know. The next slide, please. Let's take a closer look at a real spatial segment in Berlin. It is the one from the video I just showed you before. Now, a pre-processing must take place, for example, to select the type of emergency, the time interval, or to clean up missing or incorrect data entries. The next slide, please. Normally, the kernel density estimation would start here. One would choose a mathematical variant of the bandwidth, define any cell size, and so on. But this is exactly why I use a local statistic to define which of these many emergency cases data points are significant in relation to their neighboring events. So I changed the basic data for the kernel density estimation. This is done with get-as-or to GI statistics. This way, hot points can be defined. This data set is used for the kernel density estimation, and at the same time, the mean distance between the single hot points is calculated to set the bandwidth. So this is my bandwidth parameter. The next slide, please. We're going on from hot points to hot spots. Oh, yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is where kernel density estimation is counting on. The estimation results are written into cells and are classified as density values. I'm sorry, but you do not really see slide number 8. But they are hotspots, and at least, that's too fast, one before, please, number 8. Yeah, thank you. Every hotspot has at least one hot point, and this is a qualification of hotspots, and this is new. Yeah, well, next slide. Here you can see the whole rule-based process. It's a little bit small. I'm sorry for that. In my paper, maybe it is a larger one. Yeah, well, and at the end, we move to slide number 10. Yeah, well, I did it. The parameters for kernel density estimation, cell size and bandwidth, were made calculable by selection of geodata of specific events. And so we got a rule-based we get rule-based geoprofiles, and we are able to identify and visualize trends, tendencies, distributions, and pattern of big data, taking into account space constraints, and that's important. Yeah, well, the control service of Germany's largest professional fire brigade used this rule-based process, partially automated for the first time in 2018 and 2019 for demand planning in 2020. And I think it's a success story. And yeah, I did it and matched it to go into the real life. Yeah, thank you so much. I think I did it in time. And if there are any questions, feel free to ask.
Yes, thank you, Julia. Very well in time, and thank you, Lucia, for assisting her with the slides. So, any questions, please?
Yes, I have one question.
Yes,
one question.
Sure, go on.
This is you have speak so fast, but I cannot catch what is the
express train.
The very important thing is this threshold parameter, because it is changing, and there's local statistics, get-source statistics, during the flow of data can change day by day, hour by hour. So how can you resolve it?
Okay, the core fact is that you do not calculate this day by day or hour by hour, but you're using this planning year by year. Yeah, you're always looking on the data from the last year to get prognostics for the next year and to get more people, more stuff. What else for your real emergency cases that may occur in next year? Yeah, so it is not a topic to get it just in time, but to get a planning using past data.
I see, thank you. Because I've understood that it could be implemented during the normal day-by-day procedures.
Yeah, it also could. Yeah, of course, you can do it, but you need mass data, of course. Yeah, not only 250 entries, but a lot of thousands entries. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions? Any other questions? Julia, I have a question. You mentioned in your last slide that your system is in use with fire brigades starting from 2019. So is there any feedback of those fire brigades that use it, how the system works, how they implemented it and use it?
Yeah, I got only a short information, and it is working, and it is much more easier in handling because there the bandwidth, cell size, and etc. Aren't set by the expert, but set by the system, and it is much more easier and interpretable for the experts and for the stuff behind. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions? This does not seem to be the case, so we can move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Julia, which is the last presentation, and it is by Valentina Santarciero, Gabriela, sorry, I can't read the name because it's misspelled, Antonio Lanorte, Biagio Tucci, Lucia Saganetti, and Angela Pilogallo. And I think, is it you again, Lucia? To do the talk? Valentina. Okay, yeah, there you are. Valentina, please. Valentina, we can't hear you. Okay, there you are. Okay, please go ahead. Valentina, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Valentina? Okay. Now there was a sound at last.
Okay.
Okay, please.
Are you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a problem with my headphone.
Okay.
Okay.
Never mind.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Sorry. Good morning at all. My name is Valentina Santarciero and I am a PhD student of the University of Basilicata. This work provides a contribution to the study of phenomenon of soil erosion in post-fire condition in the upper part of Apulia region in the southern part of Italy. Soil erosion is a natural process responsible to the land degradation, and it's caused by a different phenomena, like the interaction with different factors, such as geomorphological and geological features, the different type of climates, the fire occurrence, land use and management, type and density of vegetation cover. Soil erosion has been recognized as one of the most significant environment problems in the world. And five Fires are one of the main causes of the environmental degradation. In fact, they have an impact on geomorphological processes and compromise the functionality of the ecosystem and soils on which they impact. The severity of the fire event influences, in fact, the superficial hydrological and response, and the with consequent loss of soil. The aim of this work is to understand the erosion of urban soil in Apulia region in pre- and post-fire condition in 9 different fire events occurred last year in the province of Foggia. This area is characterized by a typically Mediterranean climate. However, there is a great climatic variability between the two areas that we chosen for this work. In fact, Gargano area is characterized by a high rainfall, while the Tavoliere of Puglia area is characterized by the highest temperatures present in Italy. There are a lot of difference from geological point of view. In fact, Tavoliere of Apulia is a large alluvial plain characterized by a series of low elevation. And the outcrop are characterized by faces alluvial and lake, while Gargano promontory is characterized by a carbonate host, and the entire territory is characterized by a succession of escarpments, isolated reliefs, depression, and small plains. To assess pre- and post-fire soil erosion, we selected these 9 fire events. One of them, the Lucera fires, is located into a Tavoliere Apulia plain, while the other 6 are located in the area of Gargano promontory. The analysis has been carried out using satellite images derived from Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-B satellites and using GIS tools. Multispectral and multitemporal satellite data with medium to high spatial resolution are very appropriate to evaluate the burden soil erosion process and fire severity. In fact, these images show the data pre- and post-fire events with different Sentinel-2 bands. Fire severity was simulated using a Sentinel-2 bands most sensitive to the changes in the post-fire related thanks value, and we used the normalized burn ratio, the NBR index, in order to evaluate the severity of fire. In reference to Sentinel-2 images, the NBR is calculated as a reported equation. We also calculated the DNBR index. In fact, this index represents the difference of the data, of the NBR data before and after the events, and provides a measure of the effects of the fire and can therefore be used to characterize the degree of the severity of the fire. Rusler method is one of the widely applied empirical model for assessing soil erosion, and is a function of these 5 variables relating to, for example, rainfall, soil characteristic, topography, coverage, management of crops, etc. In the specific way, R factor is the precipitation erosion factor of the outflow of rainfall, and this considers the measure of the rain energy considered as the main erosive agent present in the area. Kappa factor is called the soil erodibility factor. It's very important because describes the susceptibility of soil particles to detachment and subsequent transport by rain and surface runoff. L and S factors represent the effect of the topography on soil erosion rates. In a specific way, the length of the slope L is defined as the distance between the point where the runoff begins and the point where sedimentation occurs. And slope steepness factors allow to consider the increase in erosive phenomena in relation to the angle of inclination of the slope. C factor represents the effect of the surface coverage and the roofing management of soil erosion. From both images, pre and post-fire scenarios, we estimate this factor using satellite images using the SAVI index. P factor represents the cultivation and anti-erosion practice factor and is an expression on the effects agricultural management practice present in the area. The results is very clear. This is an example of one of the 9 fire that we analyze. It's very clear to see that difference at pre-fire and post-fire. In fact, the soil erosion is in a post-fire event is more evident. The same occurred for the other fire events. This is Carpino, this is the fire of Ischitella and Belvedere, and we also described the images of the NBR that describe the fire severity, the impact of the fire on vegetation and on the soil. This is the other fire in Ischitella, Belvedere, Castagne, and in the end, this is the fire of Monte Granada. In conclusion, the site that we analyze presents an increase of soil erosion, but there are a lot of difference due to the geological and climatic features and for their high susceptibility to fire. The final results confirm that the lost soils undergo a significant increase following the fires. And this study can be useful to spatial planning authority as a tool for assessing and monitor eroded soil in areas affected by the fire, representing a useful tool for land management. This work provided that the integration proved that the integration of Ruslan method, GIS tools, and remote sensing data is a very simple and effective tools for mapping, quantifying, and monitor these phenomena occurring in a specific area. But we need a future research that's validating the outputs of these methods. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina, for your presentation. You also kept to the time. Any questions that you might have? Any questions? Okay, Valentina, I have a question. My question would be, have you studied the effects of erosion, because this is a wine growing area too, in the vineyards?
I don't understand, I'm sorry.
Okay. The study area is a wine growing area too. Okay?
Mm?
And have you studied the effect of erosion in vineyards?
No. For the time, no. But now we choose the wooded area and the area near a city,
Okay.
interface fire and the fire occurred in escarpment and in a wooded area. But in the future, we hope to study the effect of the other type of area. But in literature, it's this type of area is not subjected to the fire. very difficult that in this type of area the fire has been occurred.
I have been asking that question because there have been studies in German wine growing areas on the Moselle River, for instance, on the effects of erosion on the vineyards there. And they even have set up geomorphological laboratories to study this effect. So that could be a point that you could keep in mind if you extend the study.
The study is preliminary study, and for this reason, we choose the area with the geomorphological condition that are that are very are best for study this type of phenomenon. In fact, the Gargano area is the best area to understand this type of phenomenon because it's characterized by a very high slope, different of climate and other ones, geological features.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
I have a small question.
Okay. Go ahead, Carmelo.
It's just curiosity, because you know, I'm working in Apulia, so and also in that part of Foggia County. Just if you consider some social phenomenon connected with fire, not in the model, but if you had the curiosity to understand if some crime also related with management of agricultural land and also production. If you read some social aspect in some publication, this could be also an interesting field to explore in the future.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's very nice, your paper.
Okay, thank you. The study is preliminary, and we hope to continue this work in the future years. And we are in collaboration with the Civil Protection of Apulia in order to manage and study in the future this phenomenon.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Anyone? No, this does not seem to be the case. So this ends the second GeoAnMod sessions. I want to thank all presenters for giving their presentations, for having their questions answered. We will now end the session. Sorry, we will now end the session, and I hope we meet each other, although virtually, for the next session tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let me just say thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Hami.
Sorry, I remember one thing. I remember to chairman to compile the evaluation form for each presentation for Artmut and Beniamino.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Yes, we will do
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. I thank Lucia and Beniamino and Arnold for excellent, efficient, and smooth chairing. Everything went well, I suppose. We had chat. I just want to remember, short sessions, not too much time to discuss, but we have Riot platform if we want to continue chatting, and if something catches your interest, we can of course arrange other meetings ad hoc if you want to discuss a little bit more. And see you for geomodeling tomorrow. But above all, don't forget that at 2:15 we have the opening ceremony.
Yes,
and at
certainly.
2 o'clock the plenary session with the opening keynote lecture. And so check out the links on the website, and see you soon.
Yes, see you. Thank you for doing it.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
See you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Good morning to the new participant of this session. If you want to put your name, please click on the bottom right in 3 dots and put your name. Good morning. Good morning, Benedetto.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you want to put your name, click on the bottom right and in 3 dots.
Morning.
Good morning, Carmelo.
Hi, Lucia.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pierluigi.
Carmelo. Carmelo.
I'm here. I'm here.
If you are agree, I will appear a paper with the time remind for the speaker.
Okay,
Okay, with 2 minutes charge.
but I think that we have more space because I know that there is somebody missing.
Okay.
So like Paola Pecchinuno maybe is missing because she's in busy with classroom today, and Fabrizio Battisti also. And so we can have more time maybe for each one of the paper what are presenting, and also I agreed with Felicia Di Lido and with Giuliano Poli and Simona Panaro to organize the workshop, giving time.
No, sta bene, ma anche, sto scrivendo anche le belle presentazioni.
Sorry? And to have a debate at the end, because I think that we have time to have a debate. And I underline the main aspect, and I try to involve our colleagues in this debate. Okay, if you agree, because I think that we have time. We have time to do this.
Yes.
Just because Maria Rosaria is missing and Paola Pecchinuno, and so I think that we have time in this case. Okay. All of you agree with this proposal? Okay. Okay.
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Officially, we start now the workshop. Emewe is more or less 10 years that we started with the presence of this workshop in ICCSA. So I'm very happy to meet every year people that are interested in the field of evaluation and emphasizing the urban dimension as Emewe means. And what I agreed with my colleague as regards the organization of the workshop and the presentation is that now I just leave Felicia Di Lido to introduce each paper, and after I sign in my note each interesting aspect that can be also discussed in the last part of the workshop during the debate. And also, just because we organize in this way the presentation, we can have also with a small break maybe, if it's necessary for people that are attending the workshop. But just to go on with all the presentation of the paper, and after this debate. So just because maybe 2 or 3 presentations are missing, we can go directly to the end of the presentation and after discuss about some aspect that I underlined in my note that can be useful for the debate. I think that is more useful in this case, and also because theoretically there are many disciplines: statistics, appraisal, and generally speaking about urban environment and urban and social context. Okay. Now Felicia Di Lido start with the introduction of our paper. I thank Felicia because she was really useful and helpful to organize this part of the workshop. I hope that you enjoy the workshop, and I stop now and I give the word to the possibility to introduce to Felicia.
Sorry, just one thing. I asked all the participants to turn off your microphone for reduce the disturb. Thank you.
I can hear.
Felicia, are you okay? Felicia, we can't hear.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Now you can listen. Is it? Okay.
Now is it okay?
Yes.
Sorry. So, the title of the first presentation is City Port Circular Model toward a methodological framework for indicator selection. The authors of the paper are Maria Cerreta, Eugenio Muccio, Giuliano Poli, Stefania Regalbuto, Francesca Romano. The speaker is Giuliano Poli. In the paper, the authors highlight the important role played by port areas over centuries in economic and social terms. The contribution aims to identify a methodological framework for the selection of suitable indicators which are useful to describe the city port system and to evaluate the impact of a future possible transformation project. The proposed methodological
Sorry, Felicia, we don't see the presentation. You can share the screen.
Is that Giuliano Poli?
Okay, now yes.
Okay, the proposed methodological approach has been implemented on the focus area located in the Naples City Port. Thank you.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for this opportunity to present this this study that is a short part of a project of relevant national interest held by Polytechnic of Milan, where I have been involved along with Maria Cerreta, Eugenio Muccio, Stefania Regalbuto, and Francesca Romano. The title of the presentation is City Port Circular Model Towards a Methodological Framework for Indicator Selection. This is the reminder of presentation. I'm trying to show you the research goal, the methodological approach we use to select the indicators, and finally the results and conclusions. The research goal is included into a theoretical background that involves the circular economy principles, and the main goal of the project of relevant national interest is to identify a framework for the selection of suitable indicators which are useful to describe the city port system and evaluate the impacts of likely transformations. With this contribution, we afford just a little task of this project that involved the indicator sampling. But the main goal of the project of relevant national interest is framed into the definition of circular economy principles and trying to combine this principle with the maritime spatial planning that is a new directive by the European Community for the planning of the city port. The main goal of the project is selecting a sustainable design strategies portfolio related to Naples Port City in order to boost this circular city port model for a metropolitan context. So we started to ask how to manage a set of 16 indicators and multiple geographical scale that are included into a wide dashboard of indicators. These indicators have been produced and gathered at different scales that involve metropolitan city of Naples, the municipality of Naples, till to the port areas, the east part and port, the east part of port areas of Naples, with its district of San Giovanni a Teduccio. That is the neighborhood surrounded the port areas. This is a socio-economic, socio-demographic profile of the mapping unit that involved the metropolitan city till the local scale. Our approach has been solved into 4 tasks. First, we had to identify a preliminary dashboard with 16 indicators according to a place-based approach that considers multidimensional features of these indicators and multi-scale and multi-scalarity of these indicators. We try to gather these indicators according to the main goal of the project, seen to the urban context at the metropolitan city of Naples. The second task is trying to structuring the decision-making problems. With this contribution, we afford the problem of selection of a core set of indicators from a larger data set with using qualitative methods that include 3 criteria of selection that are availability of indicators, appropriateness, and reliability. Finally, we use an easy-to-use, an easy methodology, qualitative methodology to produce the selection. We submit a survey at an internal team of experts of the project. The team includes 5 experts. We reach the final score of the indicators by an easy weighted sum. Finally, we obtained the core set of 15 indicators. So we pass from 16 indicators to 15 indicators in the final step. The first task of the selection is scoring the dashboard of 16 indicators in order to obtain a little set of indicators that are effective and that are effective to describe the principle of circular economy and to evaluate the main issues of the focus area. So we involved 5 experts within the research team, to which we submitted the survey of the dashboard of 16 indicators, and we asked to the expert to make a judgment with a Likert scale, where 1 means least important indicators for the goal, and 5 it's very important for the final goal, according to the 3 criteria of availability, reliability, and appropriateness. Finally, we obtain the selection. This is an overview of what we mean for criteria of selection. We mean this criteria in qualitative terms. Availability for us is the quality to refers to the feature of an indicator to be easily detected by authoritative or unofficial sources. In our study, we consider availability also for indicators that could be produced in time series. Appropriateness is the quality to evaluate in qualitative terms how much an indicator is goal-focused, while the reliability refers to the quality of an indicator in generating understanding about the key issues of our research. This is the process of selection. We're starting from the dashboard of 16 indicators. On the right side of the screen, you can see an excerpt of metrics for the environmental dimensions, and we asked participant to make a judgment, express a judgment to each indicators. We consider in the selection process just the indicators that reach at least the 20 as score. 20 means that 4 participants on 4, respect to the 5 participants, are agree about the importance of each criteria. Therefore, we selected only the indicators that score at least 20 for each of the 3 criteria: availability, appropriateness, and reliability. This is an example of how to select of the scoring of the indicators according to the 3 criteria for economic domains. As you can see, we select 5 indicators from this data set. This is an excerpt of environmental domains. Also, in this case, we select 5 indicators that reach at least 20 scoring for the 3 criteria. And finally, the sociocultural domain that have been made by more indicators, but also in this case, we selected 5 indicators from this data set. Next, we aggregate the indicators, the selected indicators into new categories, into new cluster, in order to respond to the question of circular economy. We try to redefine the main cluster, environmental, economic, and social, in order to respond to specific issues that arise at the local scale. So we clustered the indicators into 3 specific domains that express the principle of circular economy. These domains are urban environmental quality, economic development, innovation, and culture. On the right side of the screen, you can see the selected indicators according to these 3 domains. For urban environmental quality, the indicators respond to the question of sustainable energy, air pollutant emissions, public green space. In this set, we can see all the indicators that respond to the environmental issues. In the economic development, we consider port trade balance, port companies, and all the indicators that are related to the harbor dynamics in economic terms. Finally, in innovation and culture, we selected the employment rate, the percentage of employees in cultural and creative industries, innovative cultural association, and tourism intensity. So the cultural questions, the cultural issues have been selected in this cluster. So finally, the potential and shortcoming of these methodologies are clear, and the potential could be expressed into simplicity of this methodology that is easy to use. It's very intelligible and easy to communicate to the expert, and also last but not last, the flexibility in revising the weights faster, whether the respondent's preference change. So you can do this in a very easy way, just changing the weights in the metrics of the judgment attribution. Many shortcomings subsist in this methodology that are linked to the linearity of weighted sum that supposes the independence among the variables or the criteria to be assessed, and in this case, the interrelationship among criteria cannot be considered. And finally, the weights could be strongly affected by the expertise of respondents. This makes it complex to elicit different ways of thinking, preference and trade-off, so far as the positions are multiple and divergent. So this is shortcoming. Another shortcoming that I don't overview this is linked to the fact that the methodology has been tested within an internal group of evaluation that is internal to the research team about the project. Finally, the question we are trying to afford with this contribution is about how to select an indicator core set from a larger data set in qualitative terms. This operation is very important when you are trying to manage the Sustainable Development Goals and the principle of circular economy, and we try to combine this principle, this goal, with the maritime spatial planning in order to operationalize this concept and make it as an action at a local scale. How this selection process could enhance the decision-making process that are open to complex analysis and description of the city port system, and how to evaluate the impact of possible transformation. That is the task we afforded through the main goal of the project or relevant national interest. Finally, the skills of these methodologies is about the integration of different domains, the multi-dimensional aspect that we afforded through this analysis that is able to consider a plural perspective in which different skills, specificity, expertise can converge in a synergistic ways in order to improve the knowledge about the territory and the evaluation of this criteria. Thank you.
It's very interesting. Are there any questions or comments?
I have a short comment, a short question for the presenters. Carmelo, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Okay, my question was about the process of selecting indicators and connecting them to the idea of a circular economy and circular management and so on. I believe that you should provide additional information in order to understand the meaning that you give to selected indicator in order to assess and to provide an assessment of circularity in the specific case study. For instance, tourism intensity. Why is an indicator of a circular approach or circularity in your case study, in your system? I believe that it is very important to provide, to elicitate, in order to use a term that is very close to your discipline, to elicitate the meaning that you give to specific indicators in order to understand the contribution in the circular approach. Because circular approach is not really well defined. So we have not specific indicator in order to describe it in the application to different domain, especially in a very complex domain like urban spaces, urban components, and to management, as you mentioned. So this is a contribution to the research. To specifically understand the role of selecting indicators in describing the circular economy.
Yes, it's very important, this question. I think I can respond to the question if Maria want. I think that this question is very important. We don't provide in this presentation the explanation of the indicators for it's a lack of presentation, and during the project of relevant national interest, we have a very deep description of all the indicators. Just to respond you about tourism intensity, we consider these indicators since when the tourist flows increase, it causes different problems in it could cause different problems that affected the circular economy principle. So many tourists produce many rubbish, an example. We can link the tourism intensity to this problem. Also, the other dimension could be expressed, I agree with you, with a better and a deep explanation of these indicators. But we consider the circular economy as a subset of the widest concept of sustainability. And it's real that there is not a very clear definition of circular economy. So just we consider this as a subset of this widest dimension of sustainability. And when we cross the scale, when we afford the metropolitan scale and pass to the local scale, the circular economy criteria, indicators and principle become more important. So I think that this question could be expressed and understood at a small scale, while the sustainability indicators could work well to a large scale. So thank you for your comments. It's very interesting and important.
So, thank you. We can go on. Is there Fabrizio Battisti or Orazio Campo in the room? No. So, the third presentation. The title of the following paper that will be presented is a comparison of short-term and long-term rental market in an Italian city. The authors are Benedetto Manganelli, Sabina Tataranna, and Per Francesco De Paola. The speaker is Sabina Tataranna.
Good morning.
Good morning. In the research, the convenience of the two rental market segments in the city of Bologna has been compared. In particular, short-term rent data has been collected from Airbnb platform, while the long-term data have been detected from Italian real estate market observatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation. I am also speaking on behalf of my co-authors about our work on the relative economic profitability of the short and the long-term rental markets. In general, the success of the sharing economy for real estate is a consequence of many factors. And in particular, the existing housing stock is no longer suited to present-day lifestyle needs. And furthermore, people's income have fallen. All these factors, as well as an opportunity to obtain additional income, rather than the opportunity to share an experience, makes homeowners seize upon this business opportunity and put their properties up for short-term rent. And major Italian cities follow the same trend as most other world capitals. In fact, the percentage of entire apartment, how can you see for Italian city, the percentage of entire apartment for rent is greater than private room and shared room typologies. Bologna was chosen for the case study because it is a typical Italian city of art and an important tourist destination, as demonstrated in the graph. It shows the alternation of two categories of tourists, guaranteeing a constant flow of visitors throughout the entire year. Moreover, in 2005, before Airbnb started, about 3 to 4% of the existing housing stock, representing about 7,000 units, were unused in a systematic or occasional way. And all these units were primarily vacant houses and often in a bad state of repair. All these aspects have contributed to the development of Airbnb. From 2005 and 2018, the graph shows that the number of alternatives to hotel accommodation reached a peak in 2018, following a 2% increase in new residential units. But these units were not only new constructions, but also split or merged properties. And it is interesting to note another aspect, that the peak followed the low number 50 of 2017, which introduced a tax on short-term rental contracts of less than 30 days. We compared the profitability of the two rental market segments, short-term and long-term rentals, over a 12-month period from December 2018 to November 2019. Only a bill listing of entire apartments with at least one review have been taken into consideration. And the data of Airbnb have been extracted from inside the Airbnb. Each property is identified through ID listing, ID host, special information such as geographical coordination and the neighborhood in which the property is located. The description of property provided by hosts has been analyzed in order to extract information about the surface area of apartment when declared by host. And then a multivariate regression analysis based on data from about from 384 apartments allowed us to determine a surface area as a function of number of guests, number of bathroom and bedroom. Then gross revenues have been calculated based on the information extracted from inside Airbnb and on the occupancy rate, which has been estimated through the methodology suggested by inside Airbnb itself. And so using a 50% review rate to convert reviews to estimated bookings. The data about the profitability of the long-term rental market was taken from the Real Estate Market Observatory database. And the local real estate market is divided into homogeneous value areas, depending also on the state of repair and building typology. Looking at the data, for the 6 months of 2019, we considered the average rental price for each area to be the indicator of profitability of the most common building typology in the area. Q is the ratio between gross monthly revenues and surface area, which enabled us to compare the respective profitability of short-term and long-term rentals. The ratio was calculated for each individual listing. The values obtained form the two main classes. Q equal to 1 or higher 1, and then 1, and Q less 1. Then each main class was divided into subclasses, which are represented in the histograms. And generally, 49% of the Airbnb properties have an economic advantage compared to the long-term rental market. And it is clear that as you move away from the center, long-term rentals become more profitable. And in the histogram on the left, it can be observed that a larger percentage of properties produce a gross short-term revenue, which is up to 4 times as high as long-term revenues. Moreover, the comparison shows that in the central areas and their immediate surroundings, there is a greater concentration of property with a Q higher than 1, and whereas the opposite occurs in peripheral areas, with the exception of the area D25. In conclusion, the results show that properties that reach a larger profitability through short-term rental lease are concentrated in central neighborhoods, and the opposite situation we found in peripheral areas. And for 49% of properties now listed on the Airbnb platform, the short-term rental market is more profitable than the long-term rental. But this data is likely to be an underestimation because usually most hosts promote their properties simultaneously on a different digital platform, and so in this way they can intercept a larger demand than by using only one platform, and in this case Airbnb platform. And in the future research works, the special heterogeneity of the profitability indicator Q will be investigated, take into consideration socioeconomic factors, income, and also characteristic of housing stock, but also the effects of COVID-19. Thank you for the attention.
So thank you. Are there any questions? So thank you for the interesting research. In my opinion, the research issue is relevant. The touristic sector represents one of the most important fields that influences the Italian economy. With reference to the COVID-19 and the resulting global pandemic, the emergence has created a strong amount of doubt around the world, also in terms of the impact on the real estate market from the point of view of rental, sales, and store prices. The rent for university students could decline if the online teaching will continue. At the same time, the legislative measures aim to avoid the spread of the virus will have a strong negative impact on Italian and international tourism for the vacation of this year. Can you use this research for forecast aims? So it could be interesting to compare the result obtained with reference to the second semester of the 2019 with the output of the post-COVID situation. So to implement the analysis carried out for the ex-post situation.
Yes, in the next research work, this is an development of our research, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now it's the turn of Paola Perquinun. The paper title is the classification of the university for type of campus setting in a world of sustainability ranking. The paper has been written by Silvestro Montrone, Paola Perquinun, Monica Cazzolle. The speaker is Francesco Rotondo. Is Francesco Rotondo?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So good morning to all.
Good morning.
Good morning, Francesco.
In the paper, a world ranking of university called UI Green Metric World University Ranking Network has been explained and presented. The main aim of the ranking concerns the creation of an increasingly excessive sustainable environment to compare the environmental sustainability of the different university campuses. This is being carried out through scores assigned to specific indicators in order to stimulate improvement action. So, thank you.
Thank you. Now I will share our desktop and to start our presentation. Do you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So, as already introduced, by our guest, we are talking about how to classificate, how the classification of university in a world sustainability ranking can be useful to address development policies of these universities in a more sustainable way. In fact, sustainability indicators and integrated indexes are gaining a lot of importance and are increasingly recognized as a powerful tool for policymaking and public communication, and to provide information about environment, economic, or social improvement. All over the world, these indicators have been widespread. Green Metric World Ranking has been globally recognized as the only simple and accessible sustainability ranking and acts as a sort of reference point to promote research and development technology through various technological improvements. The aim of this work is to study the relationships between the ranking based on sustainability sets of indicators and the campus setting corresponding typology. So where the campus is located in some sense. So related to its urban position. As you already know, sustainable development goals have been the objective, the goals of the majority of institutional policies, and some of them are very related to the focus of this paper. For example, the necessity to offer quality, inclusive, and equal education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, or ensuring access to clean, cheap, and sustainable energy for all energy systems, or, for example, building resistant infrastructures, promoting sustainable and inclusive industrialization and innovation. And as you already know, make cities and communities safe, inclusive, resistant, and sustainable. So, Greenmatic World University Ranking, promoted by the University of Indonesia in 2010, have been more and more used around the world, because this ranking offers the opportunity to compare the environmental sustainability of the various university campuses through scores assigned to indicators that measure the efforts made in developing an ecological infrastructure that involves education, research, and the surrounding environment, so to stimulate improvement actions of university. The initiative has always been appreciated by academic communities all over the world, so that we can verify, for example, that in 2019, the number of universities that joined the ranking is 8 times higher than in 2010, when it is started to be used. Over the years, more and more attention has been shown, not only to the environmental aspect, but also to the economic and social aspect, so that is more adherent to the global concept of sustainability. So, the Greenmatic Working Group made up experts in cross-cutting areas, selected 6 categories, 6 main categories, such as setting and infrastructure, that is shown here, energy and climate change, waste, water, transportation, and education and research. All of them are scored with a maximum value by sub-indicators. What are the main results? The main results are that the universities classified in top 25 are mainly located in the United Kingdom, United States of America, Netherlands, and Ireland. In the top 10 universities, always in 2019, are instead located mainly in the United Kingdom and Netherlands. And in addition, if we see the sub-ranking system, we can see that we can analyze the values in campus setting and by country. So the ranking of the top 10 by categories of indicators show that the overall score hides the peculiarity of the results achieved in the different categories, since it is made up of the sum of several indicators. And in fact, it is also interesting not only to see the total score, but also understanding the singular criteria and the singular scores that each university has made in the 6 criteria. This further classification can help effectively universities to understand for which of these 6 categories of indicators it is necessary to intervene more in order to improve both the ranking and the living conditions of their university. Regarding the classification for the type of campus settings, the system uses 5 different types. Rural, when the university is located in the countryside. Suburban, when it is located in extremely peripheral area with respect to the city. Urban, when it is located in a large urban area. In city center, when it is located in the city center. High-rise building, when the university consists of a single tall building. Comparing the average scores of all these types of universities classified by the campus setting, it emerges that in the city center category presents values below the average in all the categories of indicators, unlike the universities present in the ranking of suburban, which have values above the average in all the categories. So, the construction of the ranking is based on a combination of parameters, indicators, properly weighted, chosen by the promoters of the rankings, and are often the subject of some controversies due to the subjectivity in the choice of the indicators, arbitrary attribution of weights, variability in the definition of the classification of results. The results reported in this study are undoubtedly encouraging and show how universities are increasingly willing to participate in order to achieve good ranking levels and improve their sustainability performances. Thank you for your attention, and goodbye. Is there any question, please?
Sorry, Chairman, you have the microphone off.
Okay, sorry. I was saying that I visited Groningen, Oxford, Nottingham, and most of the universities that are in the sample, and I can observe that there is a strong correlation between the character of university city and the character of in the same of the university structures. So maybe it could be possible to study and to improve and to go on the research, analyzing the also historical aspect of universitarian cities as a indicator of the culture, the cultural context, and the consciousness about environment also. What Professor Rotondo think about?
Sure. The urban context is fundamental, such as also the cultural context, because all the universities that we have seen, for example, Oxford or Nottingham, just to cite the English, the UK ones, have been situated in cities of an historical importance, with an historical attention to these environmental values. And all of us know that, for example, Oxford environment is very related to the organization of university, and the organization of university is a basic criteria for the organization of the entire city. So effectively, all of these aspects can affect results. So I agree with Professor Torre. Thank you.
We could not forget also that Wageningen is known in every part of the world because of the environmental footprint, ecological footprint. So is yes, is also characteristic about research and study. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
So now the presentation of the paper, Real Estate Values, Tree Cover and Per Capita Income, an evaluation of the interdependencies in Buffalo City, New York. The authors of the paper are Antonio Nestico, Teodoro Endreni, Maria Rosaria Guarini, Francesco Sica and Deborah Nelli. The speakers are Francesco Sica and Deborah Nelli. The paper intends to investigate the functional relationship between property prices, environmental factors, and socioeconomic characteristics. In particular, the applied method aims to analyze the relationship between real estate prices, tree cover, and per capita income. It's based on statistical correlation analysis. The study model is implemented with reference to Buffalo City in New York State, USA. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I will share my screen now. So only one moment. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Okay. Please tell me when can you see it? And I will start. Nothing?
No.
Not yet.
1 month.
Okay.
Okay.
Ora?
Okay.
Okay, okay. Perfect. So, good morning. I'm Deborah Nalli, and I will introduce you to the research's framework regarding sustainable city challenges for the sustainable development and the role of the ecosystem services within it. To then focus on the effects of urban ecosystem services on real estate values, and therefore the objective of the work to then continue with the proposed methodology and the case study by my doctoral colleague Francesco Sica. The city planning activities are closely related to the socioeconomic, productive, and environmental system. Since 2007, the European Commission has been promoting urban initiatives that consist of new creation of new green areas in order to raise the environmental levels, social and cultural quality, as well as the income capacity of the city. The multiple effects generated by renewal urban project nature-based can be expressed in terms of ecosystem services such as pollutant removal, carbon storage and sequestration, microclimate adaptation, natural soil protection, and also water resource regulation. But the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment classifies ecosystem services into 4 categories: provisioning, regulating, cultural, and supporting services. Each category pursues a specific objective and is a reference for supporting the sustainable development of the cities. The level of environmental quality of urban spaces has been deeply studied as a determining variable in the dynamics that regulate the characteristic of supply and demand in the real estate market. This was evident in the greater willingness to pay for a real estate unit close to adequately controlled and safe green areas. From the analysis of the literature, therefore, it appears that a sufficient quantity of green trees can affect the physical and mental health and income, thus also influencing the real estate value. The research is so part of the framework outlined and has the objective of defining and implementing an optimization model for the analysis of the correlation levels existing between total real estate values of a sample of properties located in the city of Buffalo in the United States and the main socioeconomic variables of the city, in particular tree cover and per capita income. The multivariate regression analysis is conducted through the implementation of the minus optimization software so as to minimize the sum of quadratic difference among the values of the parameters considered. The steps of the methodology start from a description of the socioeconomic environmental system of the city and then continue with the collection of data with iTrace software. The creation of the thematic maps of the city on the basis of the data collected and through GIS software, thus defining the economic analysis algorithm capable of pursuing the intended objective.
So our case study is focused on the Buffalo cities in the USA state of New York. The city is near the Niagara Falls and its extension is about 15 square meters, of which many part is land and green areas. Buffalo's economy has begun to see significant improvement since the early between 2010 to 2016. In particular, in this time, there were many urban forestry projects, and in the same period, the city's median household income is around 20 billion, and the median family income is about 40 billion. As regards the environmental forestry component, the Buffalo cities is characterized by many parks with several green areas accessible from any part of the cities. In order to investigate the correlation between socioeconomic factors and ecosystem services, the dataset is constructed investigated the I3 landscape tool that was created by the American research group of SUNY ESF University of Syracuse cities. This tool that gives information on tree cover, land cover, and basic demographic characteristics of the census area in the United States of America. Canopy cover data are taken directly from 2011 national land cover data, while US per capita income and real estate prices from other datasets regarding the census border data. Important hypothesis is that the measurement of the correlation levers is carried out by analyzing the census area with the same level of infrastructure and environmental characteristics, and referring to a typical real estate unit whose market value depends on tree cover and per capita income. A thematic map representative of corresponding numerical values is constructed for each variable considered. This is done through the Geographical Information System ArcMap. The realization of the thematic maps allows a first comparison among values useful to highlight the correlation levers. From the comparison between maps in these slides, it is evident the correlation between the values that characterize the census areas in the north part of the cities and with lower intensity in the central and the south part. So, in order to detect the logical functional dependencies between study variables, a multivariate analysis is used. This is done with a factorial analysis method, according to which the regression function defines the dependence of the real estate prices with other variables considered, tree cover and per capita income. In particular, equation of minimization can be solved using the programming algorithms of operational research capable of solving the system of linear equations in order to maximize or minimize an objective function. In this case, quadratic linear programming algorithms are used. They are based in general on this candid method, like Newton-Raphson multivariate algorithm. In order to solve this algorithm, we used the IMPL software. The IMPL software is characterized by the writing the regression through a parametric model. With regard to the correlation of real estate prices with tree cover and per capita income, the analysis units, the example, the census area into which the study cities is divided, set units, are evaluated according to three parameters: real estate prices, tree cover, and per capita income. The objective is to estimate the coefficient that characterize a function aimed at minimize the sum of the quadratic difference among the values of the parameter. The model file of IMPL is like in these slides. Subsequently, the model file with the rules of IMPL is associated with the data file that we have collected, investigated the I3 landscape tool. The model file and data file are called in the IMPL command line, specifying the solver that implements the algorithm, in particular the minus solver, that gives the results of the coefficients that are in the minimization function that resolve the multivariate function that it is in the subsequently in the slides.
Okay. As can be seen in this equation, in this obtained equation, the census blocks with higher per capita income and tree cover values are characterized by high real estate prices. And the less wealthy part of cities have less green areas and lower real estate prices. These results are in line with other United States cities, where the richest urban neighborhoods with higher PCI and RIP have a high percentage of tree cover. So the results achieved allow to make some important observation. The proposed methodology has made it possible to create thematic maps which immediately highlight the existence or not of an infrastructure policies. Of a possible correlation between the variables examined. And the optimization model allowed also to quantify the contribution made by the main socioeconomic and environmental variables of the city of Buffalo, and the result can be a reference for local operators of the real estate market and public subjects to better understand the dynamics of the city real estate market by getting some sustainable development policies. Future developments are aimed at expanding socioeconomic environmental variables structure that define a system of environmental quality level and well-being of the city. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I have a short comment. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the presentation. I'm Francesco Scorza.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to give you a recommendation, because you anticipated the concept of ecosystem services in your work. And that's why I put more and more attention to your presentation, because I'm interested in ecosystem services. But you mainly assessed not an ecosystem services, but just the presence of trees in a specific spatial unity, no? That you considered probably the census spatial unity in Buffalo City.
Yes.
So I believe that you can speak of ecosystem services, but your approach is really interesting in order to exploit the potential, the information potential of ecosystem services analysis in an urban area. That's why I'm so positive in respect of your work. There are several. First of all, there is an issue of the scale, because you compare some real estate market prices, which are connected with the manufactured scale, okay? The single building, the single unit, and so on, with some attributes that may be assessed only at city level, like percentage of trees, the consistency of green spaces, green infrastructure that are connected with ecosystem services, and this is another step. So this is an issue. And the other issue is that you basically didn't exploit the spatial dimension of your data, because you solved the regression model considering the single statistic units, and no information concerning the proximity function, the spatial nearest neighbor information that could come and could influence a lot the perception of green infrastructure inside a specific sense.
Absolutely.
So those are some comments, not questions, but something that I would like.
I thank you very much for your sharing these interesting comments, because this research is oriented or answered all your comments. In particular, this is a first investigated study that was made in order to give a first expression of the correlation between market values with other parameters related to urban scale. And in the second time, we will investigate the correlation between the parameters related to urban scale, but also with intrinsic characteristics related to the manufacture related to the building, and with parameters related to ecosystem services, because we have found this data set that collect parameters that regard land use and also ecosystem services. And we with the help also with the medical research group, we develop this study. The aim is to add other variables in order to investigate this correlation. So, and another important aspect was that related to the influence between the values that characterize each urban units. In this first study, we have considered the census area like unit analysis. That in the progress there are other studies that are aimed to characterize the values and local scale, like one square kilometers with the geographic information system like system MODIS that gives important information on the presence of tree cover, and from the tree cover related in the cities, and with the use of the i3 tools that was created by this American research group, we can estimate the urban ecosystem services derived by the presence of the tree in the cities. So the research is in progress, and all your comments are really interesting because are the step that we are following. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, thank you. We can go on with the presentation of the paper COVID-19 Health, Statistical and Constitutional Aspect, written by Francesco Perchinuno, Luigia Stefania Stucci, and Paola Perchinuno. The speaker is Francesco Rotondo. Francesco Rotondo is here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The paper deals with a current and unfortunately current issue, the COVID-19 worldwide pandemic. The aim of this paper is to analyze the main aspect of COVID-19 from the point of view of health, constitutional and statistical, highlighting the evolution of the phenomenon and its territorial diffusion with reference to the spread of the virus in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now I'm sharing the desktop, and also in this presentation, the method is the cluster analysis. But the focus is about the main aspects of health, statistical and constitutional questions made by pandemia of COVID-19. So the aim of this paper is to analyze in these three main aspects, health, constitutional and statistical, what are the main phenomena and their territorial diffusion that we have had in Italy, one of the countries in which pandemia is more diffused. As you all know, coronavirus is a family of respiratory viruses with the consequences that all of us has learned in these months. Is associated with several clinical manifestations with acute respiratory distress syndrome, and patients with other pathologies can develop acute respiratory distress syndrome more rapidly and die of multiple organ failure. And in fact, the case fatality rate ranged from 10.5% to 5.6% for cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, chronic respiratory diseases, hypertension, and tumors, respectively. And from the constitutional point of view, this dramatic epidemiological framework has put in evidence that we have put in crisis, in some sense, our modern democratic society in which we live, and all the system of values and freedoms on which our constitutional order is based, and by which we are able to be in confidence, in some sense. So the fact that this is not a short transitional period give us necessity to questioning, in some sense, to what extent can the situation of emergency justify the suppression of fundamental human rights, such as, for example, personal freedom was strongly affected or entirely compressed, both with the application of the precautionary quarantine measure to persons who have had close contact with confirmed cases of spreading infectious disease, or who fall within areas located outside Italian territory, as the decree of 2005 March of 2020 as determined. So personal freedom has been strictly limited in this period. All over the world, at May 7, the number of confirmed cases worldwide is about 4 million, and the number of deaths is about 300,000, with 215 countries, areas, or territories with cases of COVID-19. In particular, we can see from data that most affected countries were United States, Spain, and Italy. So, analyzing the case of Italy, the total cases confirmed on the same data are about 215,000, with the deaths number more or less equal to 30,000 people. So it has been a real big crisis for Italy. And if we see the trend of diffusion of the viruses, we can see that we have had a sort of first phase with a high decrease curve, and followed by another curve with a very slow modality to decrease. In this work, we have tried to verify the relationships between the spread of the viruses in some Italian provinces and indicators of health status and environmental qualities, such as, for example, high mortality rates due to cancer or nervous system disease, or environmental factors such as lack of green, low waste collection capacity, low use of renewable energy. On the basis of the mix of these variables, has been carried out a cluster analysis on the data of Italian provinces in order to create homogeneous groups of analysis. So we have had 4 clusters of analysis in which we can see that the average values of the indicators show that the first and the second cluster, this one and this one, contain all the provinces poorly affected by COVID, with a low number of cases. And the third and the fourth clusters are the clusters that contain all the Italian provinces in which a great number of cases occurred, with the high mortality rates from cancer and diseases of the nervous system, as well as relevant problems related to environmental aspects. So the relationships, it has been demonstrated very high. So the application have demonstrated that the virus develops in relation to other factors, and particularly related to health and environmental aspects. In fact, the results show, as already said, that Italian provinces in which a greater number of cases occurred also have high mortality rates from cancer and diseases of the nervous system, as well as problems related to environmental aspects. So we could hypothesize that a multidisciplinary approach, including medical figures, epidemiologists, jurists, associations of patients, and government workers, is advisable to identify the best strategy to prevent other possible emergencies in our future pandemic plans that we have to organize in some sense. Thank you for your attention.
So, thank you. Are there any questions? No? So, just a consideration. The research provides for a framework on current COVID-19 situation in the world and in Italy by the introduction of an interesting trend and original conclusion about the relationship between the virus, the development, and other factors, especially environmental aspect. The result obtained in the research can be, first of all, updated with the new data. The analysis can be represent a starting point for future researches in order to analyze the phenomenon from different point of view, for example, economic, social, environmental.
Thank you.
Other comments? No. So now the paper that will be presented is a model to support the investment decision through the social impact bonds as effective financial instrument for the enhancement of social welfare policies. And it will be presented by Deborah Nelli. The paper has been written by Francesco Tajani, Pierluigi Morano, Deborah Nelli, and Carmelo Maria Torre. The paper has dealt with the development of an investment decision support model able to define temporal priorities among different social impact sectors in order to maximize the convenience for the public and private subjects involved. The research defines a model that can represent a decision support tool for public and private entities in the first phases concerning the resource allocation for the social program. Thank you. Deborah Nelli?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, again. I'm Deborah Nelli of the Department of Architecture and Design of La Sapienza, University of Rome. And the presentation is structured into 4 sections in order to contextualize the researcher's topic, explain the aim, discuss the results achieved, and provide the future development of the research. The research framework, the research work is part of the framework of sustainable finance. In fact, with the financial crisis of 2007, the excessive profit maximization has highlighted the critical points of the financial system. For this reason, to recover the trust of public authorities, the sustainable and responsible finance market was born, within which the social impact investing sector developed.
Deborah?
Yes?
Sorry, we don't see your presentation.
One moment. Okay. Now?
Yes, okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, the social impact investing is defined as an investment activity with the aim of generating a measurable social and environmental impact together with a financial return. The so-called social investors who decide to adopt this type of approach can use traditional and innovative financial instruments such as social impact bonds, which are structured as a form of public-private partnership belonging to outcome-based type of contracts, where the collaborative relationship established between the stakeholders is aimed at achieving the social program goals. In fact, only if the intended results are achieved will the social investor who finance the social initiative obtain a remuneration, plus a return for the financial risk he has assumed. The formation of a SIB is articulated through the involvement of different subjects, including, first of all, a public entity, usually the promoter of the social program. Secondly, a social investor represented by a subject of the private sector addicted to, for example, social banks. Then a third sector social enterprise, an intermediary that is the most important actor of the system because its task is to manage the relationships in order to catalyze the collection of the private funds necessary for the implementation of a social program and reduces the transaction costs. Then we have the beneficiaries of the program, represented by the target population for which the social enterprise will provide the necessary services. And finally, an external validator that is independent from the other subjects and responsible for verifying the economic and financial feasibility of the initiative. As can be seen, the identification of the sectors intended to the activation of a social program through SIP takes place in an environment characterized by complexity, first of all, and uncertainty. So the aim of the work is to define and implement an optimization model that allows to express the best combination in terms of order of time priorities of different social impact sectors to be financed through SIP's implementation in the city of Bari in the southern Italy in order to satisfy the needs of local population that are not covered by ordinary public services. Steps for the application of optimization model are, first of all, identification of social impact sector to be financed through SIP's adoption. Then we have the definition of financial and non-financial criteria for each social impact sector in order to represent the main feature that the social investor or public administrators should take into account during the decision-making process. And finally, implementation of the proposed model to the city of Bari. These are the setting of the vaccination model with the variable and exogenous parameters considered. The results generated by the application of the model by varying the weight of each criterion made it possible to identify 17 scenarios. First of all, it's possible to point out how the sectors related to child and family welfare, environment, and health are characterized by the highest investment priority, respectively equal to 1, 2, 3. They are followed by education and workforce development, which reach an intermediate level equal to 4 and 5. And then criminal justice and homelessness are instead the sectors of less interest. In the initial situation, that is characterized by the same weight for each criterion, the first priority is made by child and family welfare sector. Yes, whereas the criminal justice sector is the least preferred, in line with the average trend of the result. Sorry, I have some problem with the presentation. Okay. Significant changes in the output take place for scenario number 9, in which attributing a higher importance for the social issue important for inhabitants, health is a prior social impact sector, followed by education, workforce development, child and family welfare, criminal justice, environment, and finally homelessness. The combination of the social impact sector in this scenario is differently articulated with respect to the average trend of the results, especially for the sector of environment and child and family welfare, which are not the sectors to be preferred, whereas the health sector acquires a priority importance. 5th and 13th scenarios are characterized by a maximum weight for the financial criteria, so child and family welfare, environment, and health are the priority, and then the sector preferred so that by the optimization model, where criminal justice and workforce development acquire slightly higher priority level compared to their respective medium priority, as opposed to education and workforce and the other one. So finally, for the environment sector becomes the priority only if the political criterion relating to social issues importance for public administration prevails over the others, and determines so a higher significance also for the homelessness sector. In a context that differs from European countries for the lack of trust given to sustainable finance instruments such as SIPs, actually only 3 SIPs have been implemented throughout Italy. The presented research focuses on a theme inherent in a situation that of social needs not covered by the ordinary public system, actually strongly felt in the national context, as evidenced by the recent social enterprise Italian reform. Highlights how the priority sector of needs subject to intervention varies according to objective to be pursued so that the SIP is financially sustainable, and represent a useful tool for the spread of SIP's implementation by identifying the trade union between financial feasibility, saving public causes, and satisfying social needs. Future insight may concern two issues: the objective assessment of weights of each criterion through the integration with multi-criteria analysis, and the effect generated by the presence of a guarantee fund on the expected yields for social investor that determines a reduction of the investment risk, and further consideration the risk appetite on specific private operator. Finally, the comparison of results derived by the application of the proposed model to different territorial contexts according to the social needs expressed by a specific community can be useful to highlight the flexibility, potential, and limitation of the model. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. So a short question. Which are the main benefits for public subject and for private investors in the use of this form of PPP, this PPP procedure, and the risk? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your observation. Well, according to the literature, SIP strategic advantages are, first of all, to foster innovation, then to so-called scale-up evidence programs, and enable flexible and personalized services to service user. But if we can analyze this type of public-private partnership from private point of view, there is the possibility, first of all, the possibility to diversify the portfolio of an initiative, making it at the same time less volatile, thanks to the counter-cyclical behavior of SIB. And furthermore, simple access to public funds and an improvement of the image perceived by the public actors. But the the most important characteristic and feature of this type of public-private partnership is the so-called win-win process, because the main goal is to are the results and not financial return, and if the results, only if the results are achieved, the private operator will obtain a remuneration, and all the stakeholders involved are satisfied in this sense.
Thank you. Other comments? So the last presentation of today's MAOE session is assessing the interstitial rent, the effects of touristification on the historical center of Naples in Italy, written by Maria Cerreta, Fernanda Della Mura, and Giuliano Poli. It will be presented by Fernanda Della Mura.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
The paper explains a research methodology to understand the impacts of touristification and over-tourism on the urban dimension in the Naples Historic Center. In particular, using the Airbnb listing, the authors analyze the economic convenience of renting short-term housing. Thank you.
Can you see the screen?
No.
Just a moment. Now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, again. This research explains a methodological to understand the impacts of touristification and over-tourism on the urban dimension, The methodological process considers four main steps: knowledge, data processing, assessment, and outcome. Thanks to the research evaluation, we have been structured a proposal for future more sustainable intervention scenarios for the inhabitants and the city, also in light of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, which has generated the impossibility of moving people, changing the dynamics of uncontrolled growth of tourism. The touristification indicated the whole process of transformation of the urban space that shapes the city exclusively to make it attractive to the ordinary tourist. Touristification is inextricably linked to the neologism over-tourism, which means tourist overcrowding. In fact, touristification is a direct consequence of the emergence of mass tourism, which can lead to designification of cities. A block of the Naples in historic downtown in Italy has been selected as a sample to verify the transformation induced by the arification process of the city since 2015 on the social and urban environment. The data collected refer to four criteria: economic, social, cultural, and urban. The indicator matrix has been elaborated by selecting the indicator based on the survey criteria. The indicator matrix has been the starting point for the elaboration of information maps thanks to the spatial representation of the selected indicators. The numbers of accommodation on Airbnb has been acquired by scraping with an open code Airbnb data collection by Tom Lee. Data have been extracted monthly from June 2018 to May 2019. According to the cadastral data, 655 buildings were actually designing for housing in the block. ISTA data from 2011 showed that it was a mainly residential neighborhood. Although the city is attractive for a tourist point of view, the database of the observatory on property valuation provided by the revenue agency underlined that the market value of the property is slightly decreasing, as well as also the rental value. In 2016, when Airbnb began to establish itself in the Neapolitan landscape, the average market value began to fall. This decrease also affected the average rental prices, which had undergone minimal fluctuation, with the first significant increase in the number of listings in the historical center, 197% compared to before year. The mapping of the properties on BRB highlights the presence of 39 entire apartments and 37 single room and 0 shared room for a total of 310 beds. The study of the individual listing has made it possible to skim the data and to detect that 99% of the listing refer to an entire apartment, for a total of 41 real estate units present on platform. These data have been crossed with the cadastral data to obtain information relating to the building category, the number of rooms, and income. The cadastral research shows that the 41 real estate units, 61% are popular housing, 20% ultra popular housing, and 19% civil housing. Average market value of these real estate units is 1,562 euro per square meter. It has been calculated as a weighted average between the value inferred from the summary estimate by Mary Points and the calculation of the normal unit value. Through multiple regression analysis, it has been possible to study all those characteristics that determine the observed market value. In this case study, The dependent variable y is the market value. At the same time, the predictor consists of the 42 indicators referring to the analyzed poverty and the urban and socioeconomic context. The predictor most influencing the market value, ordered by most significant influence, are surface, elevator, and finishes. The market value is low compared to the position in the historic center and the ability to extract buildings through the platform. In fact, by comparing the 2018 turnover data of the host with the taxation regime to which the poverty are subject, it shows that the poverty under observation produce a surplus of income definable as interstitial income equal to 707%. From the observed data, it emerges that the most attractive properties, considering their potential reconversion for accommodation use, are those of a popular category. Indeed, considering the residential building stock of the block, excluding the very small properties and the civil housing and those already present on the platform, it has been observed that 62% of residential real estate units are susceptible to valorization. Therefore, Airbnb becomes a tool to make income for building waste which isn't attractive to the ordinary market, generating an interstitial rent. The results show that degraded context can become an opportunity for platforms like Airbnb to relaunch the authentic live like a local. The increase in tourist presence in the city has pointed out the gradual replacement of neighborhood businesses in favor of those intended for tourists, contributing to the change in the urban balances. In the context analyzed, it's clear that it's possible to turbo-valorize a property only in particular conditions that depend on the characteristics of the property itself, but also on the context in which it localized. This situation caused the marginalization of economically weaker families and the increase in evictions, not only of residents, but especially of off-site students. The gentrification, in fact, in Naples' historic downtown can be read above all the impossibility for students to occupy properties near the numerous university seats in the historic center. The current condition of the global pandemic of COVID-19 has shown all the fragility of an economic system that foresees the tourism monoculture for the revitalization of cities. In this circumstance, it may be essential to activate synergies between public and private resources to pursue not only economic but also social development objectives. In the long run, this partnership could be the key to the solution of urban conflicts generated by touristification and promote a greater balance in the distribution of the population residing in the city, drastically reducing the number of tourist apartments and returning them into the stock of rental housing. The key points of the policy are identified in tourist growth, integrated housing policy, and economic growth. In particular, an economic growth that supports the social and local economy, the cooperative and sharing economy, all small business become necessary. The current circumstances have shown that mutual support networks are indispensable, especially in emergencies. Touristification and gentrification have fragmented and weakened the entire neighborhood, determining an inability to better respond to the primary needs of the resident population. A new policy has to consider the goal to calm the unlimited consumption of God's resource and territory so that a balanced condition is reached. This process which doesn't exclude any segment of market value of market in the future, but set guidelines for an inclusive use of the city that it isn't a source of urban tension, breaking down all form of tourist hegemony. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, Professor Torre?
I'm just like to ask if you study the correlation between the behavior, the habit, the normal habit about tourists, and maybe if you find a correlation between customs or tourists and the originary economic system and the originary country. So to understand if the need and the demand are also affected by contingent aspects related with the economic and social characters from different from one country to another. Can say something about, because it's very interesting paper, and this could be also an aspect to investigate in the future. No question, no answer about question? No, okay. I think that we have 10 minutes to last the first day of the workshop EMEWE, and I have collected some commonality about the paper that are all very interesting, and I think that are more sensitive respect to the past about all changes in society, and also in the change of the dimension that connect very different context in the habit of consumers and market operators and actors in the market. This is the first consideration. But we have also noticed that there is a deeper connection between all that are the main aspects that we read when we study the social context, the market, and the behavior. Sustainability, for instance, is also some aspects that are related with green factors that are in some way affecting the consumer behavior. And also there are also some research that testify the possibility to use traditional and innovative method for assessment, really sensitive about context and about global and global context. So we can say, just to use an acronym that in the last years is often reminded to speakers, is a global vision. Maybe there is a global vision in the market, so especially about service market, tourist service, ecosystem services, and so on. Then that affect, but also in some way support the cultural growth of consumers. I think that there is we show that appraisal and evaluation can emphasize some aspects that are useful in general speaking for the society growth, and also for a better society growth. We look at the behavior of many agents inside the city and inside the territory. And just to think about the importance of the health when we speak about COVID, but also some different behavior about also external factor in the process. We speak about sustainability indicator. Well, I was reminding Sustainable Seattle, that was the first big experiment about the choice of indicators in 90s, so more or less 25 years ago. Now that in that case was like a very original approach, but now we have often this kind of approach that in a wide vision of sustainability help to connect some aspects that until now were studied in a separate way, in separate contexts with separate instances. If somebody, is there anybody that want to add some consideration? I don't know. There is Giuliano Poli, Simona Panaro.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have some consideration to do about this, to offer to our friends?
Oh, yes. Hello, everyone. I am Simona Panaro from University of Portsmouth. The first thing that I want to share with you is a big thank you, because it's a really interesting morning. We have had this very large set of works from sustainable, but not just sustainability. We talk about a circular city model or sharing economy, or also talking about the opportunity to consider the ecosystem services inside the urban context. And also the current situation about the COVID situation, but also the importance that we need to think about the health in the urban context. I think it's very large, very large set of ideas come from this morning. And a lot of you talking about the link that we can have between economy issue, environmental and health issue. Just a comment that I can give you, maybe it's also important, and it's in the future maybe become more and more important also the social aspect. So I agree with you, Carmelo, but maybe we can underline better the social aspect that you consider in your work if you think it's important, and also underline the impact, the negative impact, and also the positive impact that the new economy way can have in the city. Just this one of the remark that I can give you and share with you.
Thanks. I think that is also increasing the complexity of our object of study. It is in some way all the territory, not only urban but also external of the part of the city, and also the change of the needs that correspond to different services, and the effect of economic crisis sometimes also. Is there Giuliano? Is here or is gone? Okay, maybe he's gone. So I think that we can stop now. I'm very happy and I'm very grateful to our colleagues, because there were a lot of suggestions today for our job. And also we can have a modernization, some way of and increasing of competitiveness in the role of evaluation, assessment, appraisal in the social context. And that is something that can we very proud but also happy because we have a more interesting job maybe to do in our future. And I hope that this is just the effect for everybody speaking and working today. A better future and a very nice attitude to go on with our work. And I want to say thanks to Felicia because was perfect. I think that was a perfect speaker and also was very. It was also working with a very great accuracy about going from a topic to another and trying to make a connection between different target and plan. So thanks, Felicia, and okay, go to eat pasta maybe. I'm happy to interact with you, all of you, and just see you tomorrow for the second day of MEWE. And enjoy the day and also listening all the other interesting papers during the day of ICSA. Okay. Goodbye.
Thanks.
Bye. Thank you.
Just a little reminder,
you.
Carmelo, for the chairman.
Yeah.
Remember to compile the evaluation form.
Sure.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Ciao Carmelo, ciao.
Bye. Ciao.
So.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tiziana Campisi, are you the chairman of this session, right?
Yeah, it's correct. Good morning.
I am the assistant of this session.
Okay.
Okay. If there is any problem, I can improve. I can resolve.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. We can wait for, I think, 8 minutes and we'll start.
Sto scrivendo.
Tiziana, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you know if all the speakers present in this session?
Yeah, all without Ioannis Spirogenis. At this moment, I don't see his profile.
Okay, we can wait. For the new participant, if you want to put your name, you can click on the button right in 3 dots and insert your name if you want. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Spoke out.
Good morning. For the new participant, if you want to put your name, you just click on the right on bottom right in 3 dots and insert your name if you want. Tiziana, I think that we can start.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. everyone. My name is Tiziana Campisi. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Annapurna, and welcome to the first lot of the AMUS workshop. It stands for Advanced or Modeling Micromobility in Urban Space. The first lot of today includes the presentation of 4 academical works examining road infrastructures as an environment in which they analyze the interaction between pedestrian and traffic components, and considering also different methods of investigation and promoting sustainable mobility. The work shows some evaluation on urban space, considering and or supposing the next step of the presence of micromobility. Now I invite Panagiotis Vaitsis, PhD candidate of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, to present our work creating cooperation with University of Annapurna, Italy, entitled Evaluation of Pedestrians' Behavior and Walking Infrastructures based on Simulation. Panagiotis, are you here?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Can you show your...
Hello?
Please show your screen.
Just a moment.
Okay.
You can see my presentation?
Sorry, just a reminder for all the participants. I ask to turn off your microphone. Only the speaker has the microphone on. Thank you.
You can see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I start then. Hello to everyone. I am Panagiotis Vaitsis, and I am PhD candidate at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and I will present to you this study, which is called Evaluation of Pedestrians' Behavior and Walking Infrastructure based on Simulation. First of all, I will start with introduction to the subject of this research. Then I will present to you the methodology and the scenarios which used in this study. After that, I will talk about the study area and present the results derived from this research. Finally, I will close the presentation with some conclusions and also suggestions for future research. As it is known, sustainable mobility mainly refers to cycling, walking, and public transport. The increase of the usage of these means of transport can improve the overall quality of urban environment. Pedestrian streets play a significant role towards the direction of sustainable mobility and the facilitation of environment-friendly daily trips. This research concerns one of the most important pedestrian streets in the center of Thessaloniki, which is called Gunnar Navarino. The evaluation of the existing situation in the pedestrian street, together with evaluation of various scenarios concerning changes in the behavior and direction of movement of pedestrians due to incidents, is examined in the framework of this paper. The evaluation took place by using the pedestrian simulation software, PTV Vishhook, and 4 different scenarios were tested. As you can see, this is the methodology we use in order to occur the study. At the outset, we conduct field counts, which mainly refers to the pedestrian flow, and some other counts that I will present to you in the next slides more extensively. Also, we conduct a question-based survey. We use the field counts to create origin-destination matrices. We import them in the software in order to calibrate the data to reflect more to the real movement of the pedestrians. As we all know, the pedestrians' movement cannot be easily predictable, so with the use of these counts and by using this software, we try to be as close as to the real movement of them. Finally, we determine the level of survey of this pedestrian street. In this table, you can see the 4 scenarios which tested in this study. In the first scenario, we use normal condition with daily pedestrian flow along the total length of the pedestrian street. In the second scenario, we double the pedestrian flow, but we keep the other parameters the same as in the first one. The third scenario is an evacuation scenario with access denied in the final part of the pedestrian street. In the final scenario, which is also an evacuation scenario, we have a restricted area in the final part of the street due to maintenance reasons or an unexpected incidents. In the case of an evacuation, a higher travel speed was hypothesized, caused by the instinctive response of people to move from the examined area to the exit nodes. This is the Gunnar Navarino pedestrian street. As we can see, in point A is the start point, where is Egnatia Street, and point B is the end point, where is Tsimiski Street. These are two main arterial roads of our city, which serve traffic volumes in a daily basis, high traffic volumes. Also, this pedestrian street is an archaeological site, and various commercial activities conducted in this area. As we can see in this slide, we can see some pictures of the pedestrian street and also the pedestrian street in the map again. As far as the data collection, field counts were carried out between 15 and 30 of May 2019. The counts include pedestrian flows, the overall amount of the pedestrians, the categories male and female, and also we divide the pedestrian flows into age categories, the three one that you can see there. Apart from that, we calculate the pedestrian speed of the pedestrians who crossing this street. The peak flow is around 12 p.m. and 13 p.m. and also a question-based survey was conducted, as I already mentioned. The infrastructure is divided into sub-areas for macro simulation reasons in order to calculate the level of service in each subsection. In this slide, we can see the parameters we use in each scenario. The length of the pedestrian street is 370 meters, and the parameters that we use is the length, the width, the condition, the pedestrian flow, the pedestrian speed, and the pedestrian composition. From the question-based survey, we extract some results. 75% of the pedestrians are not accompanied. 12% walk together with other pedestrians as a group, while the remaining part is constituted by women with children or prams. 60% of the observed pedestrians move in the Gunari-Navarino pedestrian street for leisure activities. The rest walks for walking purposes or to return home. Over 20% of them visited the understudy pedestrian street at least once a day. The speed of the pedestrians is approximately 1.35 meters per second. A reduced speed has been considered for the elderly, as well as for women with children and for people with wheelchair. As we can see in the table above, this is the level of service according to highway capacity manual. Level A is the best value, and level F is the worst. And in the picture below, we can see the four different scenarios and the level of service of them in each scenarios, in each subsection. As we can see, only in scenario 2, there is a subsection of the pedestrian street which has a problem due to the doubling of the pedestrian flow in this scenario and the maintaining of the speed in the same level as in the first one. Also, the width is in this sub-area is very restricted. This is another fact which affects the loss in this subsection. As we can see in the table, we have the density, the average speed and variance of speed in each scenario. The result shows that in scenario 2, with a doubling of the flow, there is an increase that goes beyond the doubling for density, but an increase of less than 10% for the speed variation has increased. Pedestrian outflow due to the dangerous situation. There are roughly similar variations in scenario 3 and 4. This work reveals a consistent variation of loss only near the restricted areas or with reduced geometry, and this is strictly connected also to the variation of speed and the variation of flow. These are the conclusions derived from the results and the framework of this paper. Sustainability and accessibility in the field of transportation can be an incentive to construct pedestrian type areas. Comfort and safety criteria for the vulnerable user must be taken into account. The selected scenarios aim to highlight the variation in the behavior of pedestrians in terms of speed and the formation of bottlenecks as the infrastructural condition of the standard type or evacuation or even narrowing of an area to be evacuated vary. Infrastructure improvement or reduction in the presence of obstacles or the control and regulation of flows in some areas is the main aim of this research, in order to help policymakers to improve the situation in these type of areas. As far as the future research, extensive data collection is needed in order to examine more complicated scenarios and to assess the behavior of pedestrians under critical situations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Panos. Any questions? Just a curiosity. Is there micromobility in this area at this moment?
Yes, they use the e-scooter there. It's free. It's all over the town. So some people will use a bike. There is not a bike road there, a bicycle lane, but they use it. It's near campus, so the students use bicycles for their movement.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any question?
Hi, Tiziana. This is Alberto. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I have a question for Panos. Thank you for the presentation. I was just at one info about the average speed that you have used for pedestrians. Are you planning to do some more surveys to reflect more like local behaviors? My experience with the pedestrian modeling is that especially in countries, Mediterranean countries, we tend to move at a speed that is slightly different, for instance, from the speed that is used in UK or Germany. And this might have a strong impact in the results of, especially in evacuation scenario. So that's one question. The other question I wanted to ask you is if you're planning to do on social distancing with the same kind of approach, considering that it's everyone is talking about social distancing nowadays. Thank you very much.
As far as the first question, I think indeed the Mediterranean cities and people walk faster than to North European. Maybe we conduct another study to evaluate this condition. As far as the social distancing, I don't have this in my mind, but if you say so, maybe I consider it for a next paper.
It's something that is really, when talking about pedestrian modeling, everyone is talking about how to simulate the impact of social distancing and how this will impact the use of infrastructures, roadways, walkways, and things like that.
Yes, maybe you have right. It's a widespread phenomenon, the coronavirus and the social distancing. So maybe it's the next step for a study in this area.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any question? No? Okay, thank you, Panos. We can restart. And now I invite Alberto Brignone, Director of CTEO Consultancy Ltd, to present the work entitled The Evaluation of Homeschool Itineraries to Improve Accessibility of a University Campus through Sustainable Transport Modes. This research was carried out in cooperation with the University of Ennacore.
Thank you very much. Just if you can just confirm you can see my screen and can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
Good. Very good. So thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you here. Through this presentation, I will show you some results of this research that we have done together with Unicore, and thanks to Professor Tiziana Campisi for involving us in this study. Main focus of the research is to analyze the accessibility of the Unicore campus through a kind of a standard process that is going through interviews and surveys and then applying a software, a micro simulation software, and analyze the different scenarios and different results, having as main goal evaluate which is the better solution related to the to provide to university students let's say the most efficient way to get to the university in terms of mobility. Core University is in Enna. It's a young university founded in 2004 and is in an area where you have a very high kind of density of students. around the university, and the let's say the morphology and the geology of the area where the university resides is also giving some, let's say, has some impact because of the there are some steep roads and things like that that are an obstacle in some ways to accessibility to the university. Very important is that it's a city it's kind of a city inside of a city, 10,000 students, around 200 academical figures. So it's highly, there are high flows of people getting to the university. The way the study was performed was to analyze the area. First of all, there was a description of the network surrounding the university campus, and highlighting the most relevant areas in terms of parking areas, in terms of car sharing parking areas, and in terms of bus stops. Main goal was to analyze different itineraries from different origins that you can see in this map: origin 1, origin 2, origin 3, and so on and so forth, and 2 different destinations. Destination could be parking areas or bus stops or car sharing parking areas. Final objective again was to analyze different scenarios, different alternatives, and try to understand which was the most relevant solution, the most interesting solution for the students, and how to improve the accessibility to the university. It's important to see how, for instance, some connections to some areas actually have a network distance that is very is much higher than the Euclidean distance, given the morphology of the area where the university resides. As said, there were surveys and data acquisition. Very interesting survey with a good, good number of students that were surveyed, around approximately 20% of total student population. Carried in the month of October. That's very good because it was not influenced in any way by this new scenario that we are facing now. Several variables have been investigated, and all the results have been then set into some specific spreadsheets used to analyze the different answers. Very homogeneous sample. 49% men, 51% women, and ages between 19 and 25. 90% of the people, they live in the area. They have a regular lease and live in the area. 10% live, are owners of the properties where they live in the same areas. Travel habits. I must say that I was a little bit shocked by these travel habits. Okay, there are reasons for that, but I think that they are a little bit. Students are using too much private cars compared to, especially, the distances they are asked to walk. So it would be very good if they can first off learn how to walk more. But anyway, the most relevant outcome of these interviews is that only 3% of the sample used car sharing services for homeschool movements at least once a week. The model has been built, as said, we have used a microsimulation software called Dynasim, and the model has been built in order to represent. Sorry, I can hear some echo. You should turn off your microphones, please. I can see one of the guests is keeping camera and microphone on. Can you please turn the microphone off? Okay. The idea was to represent several variables, considering for private vehicles, car sharing, and DRT minibus, all the possible time variables that were involved in the typical movement. So, for instance, for car sharing, vehicle recognition, onboard travel, parking election, offboard, and walking. So to compare in a let's say in a way that will that can be compared in a way that compared all the alternatives in a regular, in a standard way. The software used is called Dynasim, QDynasim. It's a software developed by an American company. It was developed by an American company called CityLabs, now it's part of Bentley Systems. Bentley Systems is a huge software developer for engineering, civil engineering products, and they recently also acquired CityLabs. A strong advantage of Dynasim is that it allows to simulate many different modes of transport, and is a scenario-based simulation system, so that you can easily create alternative scenarios and compare them. The results of the model are very interesting, and we can just check a few numbers. The first thing is that what we have in the first columns are kind of a combination of the results that come from the model, some results representing the walking average time spent to go to walk on the different itineraries. So the final, let's say, average time, depending on the combination of the two, and even more importantly, the perceived time coming from the surveys. The perceived time coming from the surveys is really something that reflects how students have, in some ways, a very different kind of understanding of what they really experience compared to what they feel. Comparing to having a perceived time of 20 minutes compared to a real time of 12, it means almost a double. That means they have a very kind of the mindset they have is not really consistent with the reality they are living. Very important is the comparison with between time for origin destination by car, time origin destination car sharing, and time origin destination bus. You can see how the average actual time and the average perceived time for OD car sharing is much lower to average and perceived actual time by car. And so this should be the the preferred choice. Bus is not is really far from the other ways of transport for reasons. The buses are forced to travel along longer roads, let's say longer paths, and several stops, so it's not efficient. It's not really efficient, but car sharing would be the most efficient way of transport in the area. If we consider an average value of traffic flow along the routes and combine the rates and travel time, the results really show that car sharing service is the one that allows a much faster transfer. The reasons are multiple, but the most important one is the difficulty of finding a parking stall when using your private car. The car sharing system actually has a dedicated parking area, parking stalls, and this will, of course, make the use of this solution much more interesting for the students. However, the students are not really using it. As you remember, we had just 3% of the students using car sharing. Although the time saving is very, very high, 40%, students don't really reflect in this behavior the advantage of this important time saving, but go on using their private cars. So most likely there is the need to revise the service a little bit, or maybe make it more appealing in terms of policies, or favor students in some ways to make it more interesting for students. Conclusion is that for sure, when we consider a university campus, we have to consider accessibility as a key element, and solutions such as car sharing can be, of course, a good solution, but most likely need to We need to have a higher synergy between the public authority and the university, so to have a mobility model that is more in line with the sustainable development objectives as from the United Nations Agenda 2030. More environmental friendly, more efficient economically, and more integrated. Again, my main comment is that these students should walk more. The fact that they kind of refuse to walk for 500 meters or 700 meters, that would be the first real step towards a more economic, environmentally friendly environment. So thank you very much, and thank you to Professor Campisi for involving me in this interesting research, and I give back the word to Tiziana Campisi.
Thank you, Alberto. Any question? Alberto, just curiosity, what type of sustainable transport mode is possible to micro-simulate with this tool?
Basically, everything that moves on wheels can be simulated. We can simulate e-scooters, we can simulate motorbikes, we can simulate bicycles. It's a microscopic model where the key element is to have static, cinematic, and dynamic parameters that represent the behavior of the vehicles. So, in theory, a next research could be, what if we put in place in the area a system of e-scooters and see how this will be perceived by students and the impact that this solution could have on student mobility.
Okay, thank you, Alberto. Other question? I think no. Okay, now is the turn of Luigi Sanfilippo, Senior Consultant of CTEU Consultancy Ltd, to present the work entitled Exploring the TTMS Impacts to the Accessibility of High Distance Stretch using Micro-Simulation Approach. This research was carried out also in cooperation with the University of Enna. Luigi, are you ready?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, can you see my screen?
No.
Not clear. Just few seconds. Yes. Okay.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Luigi Sanfilippo. I made this study with Alberto Brignone, Tiziana Campisi, Giovanni Tesoriere, and Antonio Canale. This work focuses on the evaluation of two different construction sites layouts related to the temporary traffic management schemes, which are periodically implemented in a traffic section of Enna, in the district of Enna Bassa. The comparison was made through the calculation outputs such as travel speed or the number of stops and the loss index. The study was addressed through the use of a macro simulation tool. In this work, the macro simulator is the Cube Dynamism by Bentley system. The study area is located in one of the main connecting arteries of the city, adjacent to the main areas of attraction linked to nearby commercial, residential, and university areas. The road intersection is also one of the major access points to the city for those coming from the west of the Sicily, in particular of the connect Caltanissetta city. The flow campaign of the data acquisition were carried on the 2019. The transit flow between Enna and Caltanissetta are characterized not only by vehicular traffic, but also EV traffic and suburban buses. The peak flow monitored by camera and sensor, and measurement the peak time between 8:30 and 9:30. And this is equal to 1,250 vehicles per hour. The composition of traffic is equal to 90% light vehicles, 5% EV vehicles, and 5% buses. In the north-south direction, extra-urban buses run with a frequency of 1 bus every 50 minutes. In the northwest direction, minibuses and city buses pass frequently. There are three main factors that were assessed in the decision process. The need or the opportunity to change lane is determined by the risk factor. The maximum peak vehicle flow was generated by the union of the university students and the influence of the commercial areas. The traffic composition was selected taking into account the data records. The study was carried out implementing three scenarios through the use of the microsimulation Cube Dynamism by Bentley. The software realistic shows the interaction among the different type of user, vehicle traveling through or car circulating and parking, trucks, buses, vehicles, and pedestrians. It is completely interactive 2D and 3D animation. Cube Dynamism is a scenario-based simulation system, and in this work, Cube Dynamism considering matrix OD and variation in traffic demand, flow composition, traffic light system, public transport, and so on. The software consider both car following and change lane model. Through the car following, it is possible to analyze the influence of the presence of other vehicles. The lane change model is useful to calculate the different parameters that influence possible congestion phenomenon. In this slide, we can see two temporary traffic management schemes. The first layout has an extension of the roadwork of 50 meters. The roadwork are placed in the right lane. The second layout has an extension of the roadwork of 100 meters, and it's placed in the same direction. The roadwork layouts were implemented considering a traffic flow setting by a traffic light system. The length of the queue in the direction they are has the highest increase value, passing from the standard scenario to the maintenance scenario with the second layouts. Instead, the direction Caltanissetta to roundabout, changing to standard in the first layout. Considering the travel time, the direction Caltanissetta and Enabassa and Enabassa Caltanissetta are those with the highest value, especially with the increase in the construction site area. Another criterion is the stop number. The stop number proximity to congestion is along Enabassa to roundabout direction. The network for the reference scenario has an optimal level of service, while this reduces drastically from level A to level E, positioning a construction site of about 100 meters along the lane with Enabassa roundabout direction, and from level A to level D, positioning a construction site of about 50 meters. Okay, this study highlights how microsimulation analysis can analyze the mitigated problem connected to the presence of the roadworks. Sorry, I can hear someone. Can you please? Okay. The comparison between the different functional parameters of the infrastructure and the level of service show that the analyzed area has undergone and general reduction of the points of the complete. Analysis of different layout and possible different allocation will be to the subject of the future research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luigi, for your presentation. Any question? No? Okay. Thank you, Luigi. From the analysis with microsimulation approach used for different case study of today, we conclude the first lot talking about the evaluation of bike sharing. I invite Ioannis Spirogenis to introduce the research title Understanding Willingness to Use Dockless Bike Sharing System through Tree and Forest Analytics. Ioannis, are you here? Ioannis?
Hey, hello, can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Okay, yes. You can start.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Ioannis Spirogenis. I am a PhD candidate in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And we are going to talk about micromobility and how it has unprecedentedly grown through the last few years. And yet, since those bicycles and scooters suddenly appeared in city streets, inviting people to ride them and move around on them, the reasons that make people prefer them to other modes of transport, how they can be optimally integrated in the already existing transport system, and how to incentivize users that are more reluctant to use them haven't been made much clearer. There are a lot of factors that contribute to the decision of using a bike-sharing system, and the profile of their users has been explored by a large number of papers. It has been shown that it's a more complex decision than it appears. It depends on how penetrated car usage is in the urban environment, how attractive the walking alternative is for certain destinations, and what kind of mass transit options are available. The weather also plays a big role, as using a bicycle system isn't an attractive option during bad weather. Also, the available dedicated bicycle infrastructure makes bicycles a much more viable option, and land usage plays its role as well. Last but not least, different characteristics of the users affect the disposition to use a bike-sharing system. Yet, while a lot of the pertinent literature has explored the profile of the bike-sharing user, there's much less that has been done to examine the incentives that would make someone that has been predominantly using another mode of transport prefer a bike-sharing system over it. Towards that, we deployed the Stated Preference Survey in the city of Thessaloniki, which is the second biggest city in Greece, with a population of more than 1 million citizens. The only mass transit urban mobility option in Thessaloniki is the public bus, while the use of the private car is a very dominant option. There is a docked bike-sharing system in Thessaloniki that operates since 2013, and the dockless bike-sharing system was underway during the survey. It hadn't started operating yet. The respondents were either car users, bus users, or pedestrians, as those are the dominant modes of transport in the city, and they were asked about their socioeconomic characteristics and their trip characteristics, and whether they would pick their preferred mode of transport or the new dockless bike-sharing system in a variety of competing combinations of cost, in-vehicle time, and out-of-vehicle time for each mode. The survey was designed to be interactive and answer responsive based on their trip characteristics in order to achieve peak accuracy. From this, 500 responses were collected, and that survey was part of a project called Change that has to do with an integrated micromobility bike-sharing system. Using this data, a decision tree and a random forest model were constructed for each group of users. Those modeling techniques allow us to pinpoint the important factor thresholds which significantly affect how likely it is to use bike-sharing systems, as well as the relative importance of those factors towards that outcome. As far as the model results go, and starting with the classification tree for car users, as can be seen, variables related to the trip characteristics are closer to the tree root node, meaning the upper part of the tree. Less total trip duration and increase in vehicle time from using the bike-sharing system appears to increase the chance of preferring it. More specifically, using the bike-sharing system is more likely for trips that have a duration of less than 21 minutes and in-vehicle time gains compared to the car of more than 11 minutes. At the same time, increased cost gain of the bike-sharing system also substantially increases the chance of preferring it, but there is a chance of preferring the bike-sharing system even if it is slightly more expensive than the private car. In general, it appears that current car users are much less likely to prefer the bike-sharing system compared to the car. The random forest model that was constructed showed, based on the relative variable importance that was calculated, that less cost, reduced trip duration, and increased in-vehicle time gain are the three most important variables with a big difference on the rest towards making a choice between the private car and the bike-sharing system. Socioeconomic characteristics appear to play a much lesser role towards that choice. Moving to the classification tree for bus users, as can be seen again, mostly variables related to the trip characteristics are closer to the root node of the tree. More specifically, there is a higher chance of preferring the bike-sharing system, even if it is slightly more expensive than the bus, but no more than 60 cents, and an even higher chance if it is no more expensive than 40 cents. At the same time, though, lower trip duration also appears to play an important role. Increased in-vehicle time gains of more than 2.5 minutes also substantially increase the chances of preferring the bike-sharing system. Overall, bus users were the most likely out of the three groups to prefer the bike-sharing system over the bus. The random forest model showed that reduced cost is the most important variable towards deciding between using the bus and the bike-sharing system. Increased in-vehicle time gains, less total trip duration, and increased out-of-vehicle time gains were also found to be important. Lastly, the classification tree for pedestrians shows that a reduced bike-sharing system cost, namely a cost of less than 75 cents per trip, and increased time gain of more than 3.8 minutes are shown as the most important variable threshold towards preferring the bike-sharing system. This is also reflected by the relative variable importance as it was calculated from the random forest model. Concluding, three factors were found to be consistently more important across all three user groups: reduced cost, total trip duration, shorter trips, and reduced in-vehicle time gain. Bus users were comparatively more likely to use the bike-sharing system, while pedestrians followed, and car users were the least likely. Bike sharing potentially increases for short duration trips of up to 21 minutes for car users, and current bus users would be more willing to use bike sharing even if it has a slightly higher cost, but that's only if it is accompanied with in-vehicle time gains. For bus users and pedestrians, it is even more crucial to keep those costs as low as possible. On the other hand, demographic characteristics of the users were not found to be important for all user groups. And all in all, that leads us to see that improved dedicated infrastructure for bike sharing and micromobility, along with competitive pricing, could make bike sharing a more attractive alternative along all fields, but mostly for car users, which is the group we would like to shift more towards that choice. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm open to any questions you might have.
I'm sorry, Tiziana, your microphone is turned off.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any question? Just curiosity, who is the main user of bike sharing in Thessaloniki?
The main user meaning the main group that uses it, or
citizens, students, tourists?
Oh, it is mostly seen as a leisure mode. So it is a combination of all of those, mostly probably students and tourists, which use it for leisure activities on the waterfront of the city. Actually, our project's goal change is to partially shift that trip purpose towards a more utilized trip choosing mode like work or certain trips that could replace the car, because so far it is mostly a leisure mode of transport.
Okay, thank you. Other
Thank you very much.
questions? Okay, the first lot of the AMUS workshop has ended, and we give up an appointment at 4:30 for the second slot of AMUS. I remember you that the keynote lecture will start at 3 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
I remember to chairman to compile
Thank you. Bye.
evaluation form present in the chat.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, sure. Bye.
Bodies, buildings, and the order. And this is the cover of 2015. For the map of 2018, the input of the map has been realized by adding in the map of 2013 the layer of wind turbine installation, considering in aggregate form, depending on their density, and we obtain 3 classes of wind turbine. For example, in class 1 there are maximum 3 wind turbines, and in class 3 there are maximum 47 wind turbines. And this is the class adding in the land cover 2015 for obtain the 2018 land cover. In this map, we show I show the location of wind turbine, and you can see in blue color this very small shape the wind turbine aggregates of class 1, in the green color the class 2, and orange class 3. And this is the land cover of 2018, where you can see in red the added by wind turbine. This is a particular of the map. The input of for the model invest